Tomorrow's skies must be sustainable skies. As European aviation pursues its challenging goal of net zero emissions, we are working together with our partners to make this happen. At our Showcase Summit, Smart Sustainable Skies, we explore how smart tools, bold innovation and collective action can reduce aviation's environmental and climate impact. EUROCONTROL supports this journey with hands-on solutions from OpenAlax, Impact, Honest, LTOE, ContrailNet, NEATS and MUAC Contrails, to our cutting-edge Flying Green platform, which helps stakeholders make data-driven greener decisions. Discover impressive work by our partners, the European Commission, EASA, CANSO, and the CESAR Joint Undertaking and the CESAR Deployment Manager, work that looks to transform insights into real-world impacts. Together, we're shaping the skies of tomorrow. Smart, sustainable.
So, good morning everybody and welcome to the Smart Sustainable Sky Conference. So my name is Marilyn Bastin and I'm the Head of Aviation Sustainability in EUROCONTROL, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for these 2 days. And before starting the conference, we have another small video to watch for safety purposes. And now we can start the conference. So we have designed this event to bring together stakeholders, of course, but experts from the industry, aviation sustainability leaders, policymakers, actually everyone that are actively contributing to the future of green aviation. And together they will exchange perspective, but they will also showcase tools, data, and initiatives that aim to accelerate the transition to a more sustainable aviation. So what to expect during those 2 days? The first day, we will focus on the EUROCONTROL tools on noise, emission, local air quality, and also non-CO2. For each of the tools, you will have a presentation, and then you will have a concrete use case about how to use those tools. These are expert tools, so I think it's really important to better know and better understand how to use them. Then, on the second day, we will also present some other EUROCONTROL tools, but we will have also presentation from our partners, from CANSO, from the CESAR Joint Undertaking, from the CESAR Deployment Manager, from EASA, and also from the Commission, DG Climat, for the famous NEATS IT tool and the MRV on the non-CO2. And during that day, they will also present their initiative, data, and tools that can really help to decarbonize the aviation sector. Now, you have maybe seen it. In the lobby, you will find a lot of demonstration and exhibitors that are there. So it's also an opportunity for you to put your hands on the system, to better visualize them, because here the presentation will be fast. So it's also an opportunity for you to discuss with all the owner of those tools to see how they could help you also in your job. And I would like to thank all our exhibitors, by the way, to be there in the lobby for these 2 days. It's really appreciated. And we would like also this conference to be very dynamic. I know we have a lot of presentation, so we will have to be tight to the schedule, that's clear. And the time for the question and answer is only 5 to 10 minutes. What does it mean? It means that please don't wait the end of the presentation before asking your question. We have a Slido, please use it, and then, you know, we can manage in a more efficient way the question that you may have. And finally, I would like to thank you all for being here today, also online. So thank you very much. I hope you will enjoy this conference. And now I would like to give the floor to our director, Tania Cardozo-Simoes, Director of the Aviation Transformation Directorate, for the opening note. Thank you, Tania.
So good morning, everyone. Welcome to these really smart, sustainable skies, boosting sustainability in aviation. It's really wonderful to see you all here, a room filled with people who aren't just looking at keeping aviation flying, but to make sure that we fly smarter, cleaner, and greener. At EUROCONTROL, we like to say that sustainability is not only just a checkbox, it's really our flight plan, because the skies we share must not be only safe, but of course they also need to be efficient, but most of all, they need sustainable. Sustainable enough so that we can continue flying and that the future generations continue flying. So we really look up to that, and because we think it's crucial even to maintain, in terms of economics, the future of aviation. So aviation today is, we would say, at fascinating but also challenging crossroads. We've weathered, I would say, the storms of recent years, and are really, like a good pilot, are really climbing steadily, even though with some turbulence, but with so many more aircraft back in the air, the usual challenges that we deal with in our everyday life come back again and stronger. So emissions, noise, and the need to adapt faster than ever before. So what is the good news? The good news first is that Europe has a really strong tailwind. The Green Deal, the Single European Sky, 2+, and the Digital European Sky Initiative are really giving us the right policy lift. But okay, let's be honest, frameworks do not make aircraft fly. People do. Innovation does, and collaboration does. And that's why we are here today. That's where EUROCONTROL also comes in. Through our Trajectory 2030 strategy, which our Director General will soon be presenting to our member states, we're really charting a course where sustainability isn't just a goal. It's the compass really guiding every decision we make. And in our Transformation Directorate, we are turning big ideas into operational reality. Our Flying Green strategy connects the dots between research and innovation, deployment, and day-to-day operations, as we also have here our network manager, and we collaborate with all the stakeholders in that sense. So helping everyone in the aviation ecosystem cut emissions, adapting to climate change, and flying smarter is really our goal. And at our Innovation Hub in Bretigny, soon to be in Saclay, we are experimenting already the future. AI, air traffic systems, or driven by AI, cloud-based services, and next-generation concepts that sound like a bit science fiction today, but they will for sure be standard flight procedures in the future. And here's the key: we're not innovating in isolation. We are connecting research, standardization, and deployment with everybody, federating information, because sustainability cannot really afford delays between ideas and implementation, and cannot be disconnected between the whole community. EUROCONTROL's mission is really to bring everyone to the same flight level, civil and military, regulators and operators, Europe and the wider world, because sustainability, of course, like safety, does not have any borders. And reaching net zero by 2050 isn't just a technical challenge, I would say. It's an act of collective imagination and action. It takes courage to rethink old systems, share data, quite challenging, and take bold action. So we must keep investing in innovation that really moves the needle. from sustainable aviation fuels and hydrogen propulsion to smarter rule design and AI-enabled decision-making. But we also must invest in people, because you cannot have a smart sky without smart, passionate humans to build it and fly it. So over the next 2 days, you will all see, and we will all see what happens when expertise and creativity meet collaboration. You will experience the tools, as Marilyn already said, ideas and partnerships that can make our sector as a whole not just sustainable, but really inspirational, I would say. So let's make these 2 days count. Let's connect, challenge, and co-create. Let's ensure that when Europe leads the world in aviation, it's not just about how far, how fast we fly, but how responsibly and how intelligently we do it. So thank you. I wish you two very inspiring days ahead, making sure that we really fly smarter, cleaner, and greener. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you. And this one.
Thank you very much, Tanya. And now I would like to give the floor to an NGO, because we believe it's also important that they have the opportunity to share their view about how the aviation sector can accelerate their decarbonization. So I would like to invite Diane Very, Director Aviation for TNE, to come here and to present her views. Thank you, Diane. The slides are coming and you can push there. Super.
It's like this, yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Diane Vitry, the Aviation Director at Transport and Environment, an NGO based in Brussels that most of you are familiar with. So I'm here to talk about sustainable aviation and how and which levers we can activate to get there. But first, kind of what is the problem that we're talking about and what's the problem we're trying to solve? So at the moment, aviation represents 13% of Europeans' transport emissions. Shipping, another polluting sector, is another 13%. But in 2050, European aviation and shipping emissions will represent 50% of the problem. So as other sectors decarbonize, mostly electrify, the road transport notably, aviation and shipping will take up a growing share of European transport emissions. I often hear, oh, but it's just 2% of global emissions, and it's a minor share. But it's like if you're in a supermarket and you steal one sweet, that doesn't matter. But if everyone starts stealing sweets, then you have a major problem. So especially as aviation will continue to grow, the problem will be much more visible. And that is also if you take into account contrails and non-CO2 emissions of aviation, which some estimates say is 1 to 2% of global warming, the problem is even bigger. So solutions do exist, and that's good. So what are those? Whether that's the scale-up of sustainable aviation fuels, SAFs, the use of zero-emission aircraft, battery and electric aviation, putting an end to the growth in the sector, or contrails and addressing non-CO2 emissions, we have a pathway to zero. I often also get asked, oh, what about offsetting and out-of-sector removals? I think TNE's view on offsetting is quite known, and I don't need to go over it. But on the other hand, the EU and aviation sector should and could consider high permanence and high quality, and I really insist on this, high quality and high permanence out-of-sector removals, but these should not come in lieu of, but on top of, any intra-sector efforts to reduce emissions. Today I'm going to focus on two levers, mostly sustainable aviation fuels, and then what can be done on contrails. So you know this off by heart. The EU took a historic step a few years ago by setting up RefuelEU Aviation, the largest SAF mandate in the world, with a dedicated sub-target for e-fuels. The law is there, it isn't perfect, and TNE is happy to admit that, but it has strong and smart features, whether that's financing mechanisms to support CapEx, OpEx, to support airlines for the price differential through SAF allowances. It's a world first, and it matters because it has huge emissions reduction potential. That's 100 million tons of CO2 by 2035 and 1 gigaton by 2050. So TNE is quite well known for our work on eSAFs, and why we support eSAFs is because they are made from renewable electricity and they can deliver deep cuts in emissions. Advanced biofuels will have a role to play. Some call them second-generation biofuels. They will have a role to play in the decarbonization of the sector, but they don't have that scalability potential that eSAFs do bring. Then there's the debate on first-generation biofuels, which RefuelEU excluded, and excluded for a good reason. There are some calls at the moment to reopen that feedstock list. If the EU did exclude it, it's for good reason. There are some facts that highlight why that is. Global biofuels production could emit up to 16% more CO2 than the fossil fuel they replace. They use up a huge amount of land, like this graph shows. This land could actually be feeding and used for crops to feed people, and 3% of that land for solar panels would produce the same amount of energy. So, sorry, I have to go back. So why do we focus on eSAF? It has this kind of scalability potential, and that's where Europe currently is taking the lead. We put out an analysis earlier this year that showed that there are over 40 projects in Europe for eSAF. That's half the world's global production capacity could be in Europe, but there's a big if. At the moment, none of these projects have received final investment decision, and if that doesn't happen, the RefuelEU 2030 targets, if not the 2035 targets, won't be met. And if they are not met, Europe could lose its kind of leadership position to other parts of the world, namely China and the US. In China, we have quantified there are over 11 large-scale projects for eSAF. What's the reality on the ground of SAF? At the moment, it doesn't look amazing. The reality on the ground is quite sobering. At the moment, in 2024, SAF was 0.3% of jet fuel production. So we really need to take that next step to make SAF the kind of high potential for aviation. If Europe wants to lead on SAF, and I think there is appetite for that, 3 things need to happen. The first is regulatory stability. Some voices in the aviation and fuel sector insist that today's safeguards are too rigid, the targets are too ambitious. Earlier this year, actually 3 months into the SAF mandate, airlines called for the targets to be moved to the right. Such asks actually don't make flying greener or cheaper. They actually sow uncertainty in the SAF market, make SAF more expensive, etc. So what we need is regulatory stability to identify SAF as the main lever to decarbonize the sector. Then financing mechanisms. So I mentioned earlier, RefuelEU isn't perfect, and there's margin for improvement, and that's on the financing mechanisms. SAF remains more expensive. All of you are familiar with the statistics on how much more expensive they are. But the EU is starting to look at this. The STIP was announced 10 days ago. It has some very, very good ideas on how to reduce that price through our beloved SAF allowances, things like the market intermediary for SAF. So these are all really, really positive steps, which will help us get that price differential between SAFs and fossil kerosene lower. But at the moment, these are promises. What we need is dates, deadlines, action to make SAF really the next kind of piece of the puzzle. And then the big elephant in the room is the investments and the participation of oil majors into the SAF market. At the moment, especially on the eSAF market, they're not very active, meaning startups are taking that kind of financial risk, which is quite difficult for a startup rather than an oil major with more financial backing. And if oil majors do not invest in SAF, who will be paying the price? The penalties will come into action, and who is paying the price? All of us around this room, paying the penalties that will be passed on to passengers. So we need to identify those levers that should be investing in the SAF market and make them active. So without these 3 things, regulatory stability, financing mechanisms, and investment or participation of oil majors in the SAF market, Europe could lose its kind of leading role in this arena. Second thing I want to talk about is non-CO2 emissions and contrails. And I promise I will be a bit more positive on this. So 25 years ago, a lot of you are familiar with this, the IPCC recognized the warming effect of non-CO2 emissions of aviation. Some action has been taken since then. And despite the remaining uncertainties, and I would like to point out there are some remaining uncertainties on the warming effect of non-CO2, there is agreement that these emissions are have the warming impact of at least that of CO2. So the EU set a first step with the MRV. In January, it was online, and in October this year, to start monitoring these effects. A collection of studies have shown that contrails are a very, very concentrated problem with readily available solutions. So we're talking roughly 3% of flights causing 80% of contrail warming. And by slightly adjusting the flight paths at quite a low cost, you could halve contrail warming by 2040. We have a study coming out in about 2 weeks that analyzes the geographical and temporal distribution of contrail warming and air traffic to identify those contrail avoidance opportunities in times and areas with high contrail warming and low traffic. These are some of these findings all of you are familiar with, so these are to be released in 2-3 weeks. Where does the contrail warming happen? In winter flights and also night flights have a disproportionate contrail climate impact. If I were to tell you the highest contrail warming impact is on a Paris-Mallorca flight on the 1st of July, we would have a major issue. But it so happens that contrail warming is highest in those low traffic, air traffic with low density and at not peak seasons in the year. So what could you do to address contrail warming into policy, which is the next step for regulatory action, which will help us reduce this impact? TNE's identified 3 pillars where contrail action is possible. On the first hand, what can you do into climate architecture? Non-CO2 emissions, like actually international aviation emissions, are not part of climate targets. So it's important to include those to set countries on the right path. Then what should be done on the airline side? Airlines, certain, are already leading the way and performing contrail avoidance maneuvers. It's for the moment voluntary. So how do you go from voluntary action to something more systematic? And it's not often that you'll hear TNE say this, but we need to incentivize action. So similar to what's happening on the SAF allowances, where airlines receive financial support to reduce that price differential between SAF and fossil kerosene, can we do the same for contrails? Could you set up a system like contrail allowances as part of the ETS, where airlines receive that financial support to perform those contrail avoidance maneuvers where they need to burn some extra jet fuel and get penalized under the ETS? And then finally, on the ATM side, nothing on contrail avoidance will happen without ATM. So similarly, at the moment, ATM will be penalized if an airline flies a longer route to avoid a contrail. So it's important that ATM is also not penalized for that extra jet fuel burnt in the least efficient route. So what can you do within the KPIs of the single European sky to incentivize ATM to reduce contrail warming and have benefits for the climate? So those are 3 levers that we've identified that can help introduce contrails into policy. That's mostly it for today. Just to conclude, I think we're often asked, does TNE like aviation? I think the answer is yes. We really do like aviation. We're not here at all anti-aviation. What we like even more is green aviation, and I hope today I was able to show you that with SAFs and action on contrails, you can really get to that, get aviation closer to zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I think it was very clear, incentivizing action, incentivizing SAF, financing SAF, it's very clear. I think we can all agree on that, so thank you very much. And now I would like to call Alexandre Joubert to join me, because ACI Europe and EUROCONTROL are going to publish in the coming weeks a new guidance document, and so we would like to present it to you, so please just come next to me. So we see the slides. So as you know, we have more and more extreme weather conditions, and the aviation sector has to face all those climate impacts. It has been seen during the summer, but it's also happened during the winter, and it's really essential that the aviation sector can be better prepared to adapt and to mitigate the risk related to climate change impact on our operation, because we are used to speak about impact of aviation in terms of emission, but aviation is also suffering from climate change. And what you have to know now is that ACI Europe and EUROCONTROL have been working on climate change aviation for more than a decade. First, in 2014, we have published a first fact sheet to help air transport adapt to a changing climate. And then in 2021, because we saw that it was coming more and more important, we decided to create a European Aviation Climate Change Adaptation Working Group, in which you will find airports, ANSPs, airline, aircraft manufacturer, actually all the stakeholders of the aviation sector, because all of them are impacted by climate change. Then in 2023, we decided, again together, to publish some guidance for the winter and also for the summer, because first of all, the problems are not the same, and the way to adapt and to be better prepared to face those climate change effects are a little bit different, and we were mature enough to already provide some guidance to do so. And just 1 year ago, it was also in November, we published an update of the first fact sheet, and it was called The Briefing on Effect and Impact of Climate Change for Aviation. So all those documents and deliverables can be downloaded on the EUROCONTROL website or on ACI Europe website. And what do we speak about when we speak about climate effects in Europe? It's everything that you see on that slide. It's changes in biodiversity, it's desertification, sea level rise, changes in icing, changes in precipitation, changes in wind, changes in frequency and intensity of storm, and changes, of course, in terms of temperature. And who will be impacted? But actually everybody, it's what I have said already. Airports, ANSPs, airline, but also people. What do I mean by people? It's the staff working at an airport, working for an airline, working for an ANSP, but it's not only that, it's also the passenger. Everybody will suffer of the effect of climate change. So in terms of key threats on aviation operation, we all know that it will compromise operational efficiency if we don't adapt enough. We can also compromise passenger and staff safety, just what I have said. We could have also temporary or permanent loss of airport capacity. Just don't forget that when you have one local disruption, it may impact the entire network. So it's why we really have to work together. We will have also more complex and variable air traffic flows. And of course, it's also the economic viability of air travel that could be jeopardized. And so for all those reasons, it's why we have decided to publish a new guidance. And I will let Alexandre de Joubert, Director Sustainability at ACI Europe, to present the new guidance. Please.
Thank you very much, Marilyn. And indeed, so yeah, this is the guidance we launched in cooperation between EUROCONTROL and ACI Europe. Maybe just to start with, what are the objectives of this guidance? Basically, the objectives of the guidance are threefold. First, it is about raising awareness of the multi-faced impacts of climate change across the aviation sector. The second is to offer actionable recommendations to reduce climate impacts and increase resilience. I mean, this is something we've obviously noticed in the past, that there was some kind of lack of understanding of what can be done basically across the different actors of aviation to anticipate and mitigate the risks. And third, it's really about also sharing practical examples and case studies to illustrating successful adaptation measures. So also the guidance provides a series of case studies to make things a bit more concrete for an airports or other actors and how they anticipated or faced climate impacts for their organization. So ultimately, the goal of this guidance is really to empower aviation organizations to anticipate climate risks, to implement robust adaptation measures, and to maintain their essential role in Europe's economy and global connectivity. So how let's say the guidance is structured, basically to address the climate change adaptation needs of European aviation organizations. The guidance uses the 7 biogeographical regions delimited by the European Environment Agency. And this regional approach recognizes that climate impacts and thus adaptation needs vary significantly across Europe's diverse climates and landscapes. And this is where basically then you would find, if you just select a specific region, you would then be able to be a bit more focused on what are the impacts and what are the recommended measures for these specific regions where your organization is located. So this guidance provides a framework for airports, airlines, air navigation service providers to strengthen climate resilience. It outlines the regulatory context, the regional climate projections, and practical steps also for assessing climate vulnerabilities, but also implementing adaptation strategies. So this is basically, like, here I give you a bit the table of content that you will find in the guidance. So how would the guidance work? I already a bit hinted on this. You would first be able to identify the climate zone of interest. Let's say here, okay, we would look at the Atlantic region. So this would be the region where your airport or where your organization is basically located, or yeah, the region where you want to be, when you want to see some more consideration about the expected impacts. Then you will have to access to an overview of climate effects and projected climate change scenarios. So each of the regions will provide this kind of list of what is to be expected in this selected region. And then when identifying a climate scenario, you can find further information to better understand climate change impacts on aviation related to these effects. And for instance, the details on impacts, impacted actors, and expected consequences related to the climate change impact selected. So for change in precipitation, for instance, obviously this would relate to flooding leading to high groundwater. This has an impact on water on the surface at the airport, and obviously it cascades into impacts also for the airlines, for the ANSPs to obviously anticipate what it means for traffic, for operations of the airlines, etc., leading to delays and potential obviously other cascading impacts that such a climate scenario would bring. And obviously, this is also the whole point of this guidance, is that there are preparedness actions to mitigate the risks that are provided in the document. Overall, I mean, not all organizations are, already prepared the same way, and this is why this guidance is also a very good tool for any organizations looking, or really being at the start of looking at how to address climate change preparedness. And the guidance provides an approach to develop this climate change preparedness strategy, obviously recommending to first identify the legislation and reporting requirements, to then quickly designate some responsible individuals and departments in the organizations, then choosing the organization, either the organization's existing risk assessment framework or looking into an external risk assessment methodology, and then understand the local climate change projections, apply the selected risk assessment methodology that will help you identify the potential impacts, their likelihood, and the consequences of them, which then should allow you to develop a climate adaptation plan. And this climate adaptation plan will then need to be periodically assessed, obviously, to adapt also the evolving climate situation and science-based information. So some key takeaways. First, indeed, I think you understood it well with Marilyn's initial context briefing and the fact that climate risks are escalating. European aviation faces growing threats from climate change, including extreme weather, rising temperatures, shifting precipitation, and this disrupts operations, infrastructure, safety, but also economic stability for aviation's organization. Then adaptation is essential, so airports, airlines, and ANSPs must proactively strengthen climate resilience by upgrading infrastructure, adjusting operations, but also managing resources efficiently. And finally, collaboration is key, and effective adaptation requires coordinated planning and engagement across the aviation sector and with related stakeholders to address cascading risks and ensure continuity of critical services. So that's it. Obviously, we thank all the partners that contributed to this guidance, and especially also the team of EUROCONTROL, Rachel, who's not here yet. But thank you very much.
But she's there. Thank you, Alexandre. Okay, so don't forget, we have our Slido. I checked it and I see that some people are already connected on the Slido because there were a kind of dummy question to answer to, just to test if you were alive actually. And then with the QR code and the Slido, you can also address your question. I have one for you, Alexandre. When is this document to be ready for publication?
Yeah, so this is, in the very coming days, we are really just finalizing more the design side, but content is finalized. So obviously we will be communicating on the availability of this guidance, but yeah, you should expect it within the coming weeks, but definitely this month.
Thank you. Any other question? Then I propose we switch to the first technical presentation. So thank you, Alexandre. So now we are going to start the very technical presentation. So you need to be full of energy to follow this up. For this first presentation, it will be the OpenAlax tool by Stavros Tromatas. Yes, Stavros, you can come here. As I said, don't wait for the last moment to ask any question you may have. And yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marilyn. Good morning, everybody. My name is Stavros Tromatas, and I'm happy to kickstart this session of more technical presentations with OpenAlax, which is our air quality tool for airports. I'm going to start with a little bit of context before I go on with demonstrating the different capabilities of the tool. So, as you all probably already know, aircraft and all the associated airport emission sources generate a mix of different gas and particulate matter emissions. And as you can see here in these pictures, depending on the emission source, the contribution of these sources on the pollution, on the air pollution at the airport can be very different. We see here in this example for different pollutants, for NOx, for example, for PM, but also for ultrafine particles, which have a different impact, a geographical impact in the closer vicinity of the airport. To make things a little bit more concerning, we know that air transport emissions have grown, and they will probably continue to increase. You see here in this graph the full flight NOx emissions, and we see very clearly that we expect in the future that these emissions will grow. This graph is coming from the latest European Aviation Environmental Report that was published by EASA in collaboration with EUROCONTROL and EEA. So how is this issue complicated? Well, you see here in this image that the contribution of the airport is not necessarily the most important contribution in terms of air pollution. Quite often, we have other sources around the airport that also contribute, and even more in some cases, than the airport. When we're talking about air quality, air pollution, what we need to clarify is that we're not talking about emissions, we're talking about concentrations. And the way to translate these emissions to concentrations, meaning that we need to take into account the meteorology or other physical and chemical processes, we need a dispersion model. And this is why it's complicated, because we need to be able to quantify the contribution of the airport to air pollution, but we need to also account for all these different sources around it. And this is where OpenAlax comes into play. It's a tool that was developed in the context of the first CESAR project. And the idea was to enable our partners to be able to conduct detailed local air quality assessments. Now, it's been developed as a plugin for a geographical information system called QGIS, which is open source. And as you can see here, the architecture of OpenAlax is quite modular and is very flexible indeed, because we can very easily replace or update a specific module. Let's say we want to test or update the model with a new calculation method. It's very easy to add one or update the existing ones. Together with OSTAL, which is a dispersion model that we're using, it provides a full LAQ modeling suite, and it's an ICAO CAPE approved model. And finally, the code is publicly available on our GitHub page. You have the information here, and which makes it an end-to-end open model, open source, and free for everybody to use. Now this is an illustration of what the model looks like within QGIS. You see here the OpenLX toolbar. It's quite standard. And here you have an image of all the different emission sources that can be taken into account by the model. We see here that we have aircraft-related emission sources, of course, but we also have emission sources that come from the infrastructure of the airport. We have also the airside or landside, roadway traffic, the ground support equipment emissions, and emissions that are coming from different areas or different buildings. So we can account for all that in the model. Now I'm going to talk about a little bit about the capabilities and how we have designed this tool. So first of all, in designing the sources, we rely on OpenStreetMap. It's a database, a public database that is being maintained by a community of volunteers and actually provides very useful information. You see here an illustration of that. So we have all these different information, different layers that we can retrieve and import into our study. And it makes the user's life much easier because it's very detailed and it contains a lot of information that otherwise would take too much time. So in terms of taxiway routes, for example, which is very important for the ground emissions, we provide a very flexible and highly accurate way to model these emissions. We have the possibility to evaluate different scenarios and alternative configurations. We can also take into account single engine taxing, for example. And last but not least, we have been working on an algorithm. My colleague Ramon is here. He worked on that. So we've been developing this algorithm to essentially produce a heat map of the taxiway routes that are indeed, in reality, used at the airport from ADSB data. And for that, we rely once again on the OpenStreetMap network data, on ADSB that can come from different sources, but also from other information that may come from the airport. On top of that, we provide this application for ground support equipment emissions. It's an application that allows us for custom emission factors. So essentially, if we have this information, we provide default values, of course, but if we have more up-to-date information, we can take that into account and estimate airport-specific emission factors for the specific fleet characteristics found at the airport. In terms of stationary sources, again, we provide in our default database, we provide a list of different stationary sources that can be added to the study. And for all these emission sources, we also provide the default emission factors, but of course, this is very flexible, and if the user has more up-to-date information, they can use it in their study. For the roadway traffic emissions, either landside or airside, we rely on another model, which is COPERT. It's a European model, very well known. It's, again, it contains emission factors for a lot of different vehicle types and a lot of different situations, scenarios. Again, we are using a simplified version of COPERT, but we can go down to the segment level of detail. So meaning that for each roadway segment in our study, for each parking lot, for each area that has roadway traffic emissions, we can calculate specific emission factors if we have the information that is required. After that, it's time to generate the emissions inventory. For this step, the user is required to provide two pieces of information. First of all, the aircraft movements, of course. It's very vital. And also the meteorology, if that's available. If it's not available, we rely on standard atmosphere conditions. The meteorology, I have to say, it's also used for the emissions calculation, but it's also used later for the dispersion calculation. And then finally, we can define our domain and our resolution. So the user is free to play around with all these parameters. In terms of emission factors and performer profiles, we rely on the ICAO engine emissions data bank for jet engines, but we also have included the piston engine emission factors and the turboprops in our database. For the performance profiles, we rely on the Aircraft Noise and Performance Database, ANP. And actually, currently, we're also working on the possibility to process ADS-B data, and I'm going to come back to that a little bit later. We can also account for APU emissions, PM emissions from landing tires and brakes, and we can also, we have also included parameterization to take into account the immediate dispersion, or as we call it, the source dynamics. It's called smooth and shift, and it's supposed to be more realistic in the estimations that we provide. So in terms of calculating and visualizing the emissions, again, we offer high flexibility. So we can either isolate different emission sources or specific sources, specific pollutants, etc. We provide the possibility to configure specific aircraft engines for each movement, and also to create custom flight profiles for each movement. The dispersion module can be either activated or deactivated from within OpenALAX, which is, again, it makes it very flexible. And for all the methodology of all the calculation methods for aircraft emissions, we rely on the latest ICAO recommendations. And actually, we're also participating in the CAPE MDG group. So we are following all the latest advancements in that field, and we are doing our best to incorporate them into our model. Finally, we have different ways of visualizing the emissions. You see here an example of a 2D grid. So we see here the emissions from different ADS-B trajectories, and this is the result. In terms of dispersion modeling, we've been using OSTAL, which is another open source and free software. It's a Lagrangian model. It's the official reference model of the German regulation on air quality control, and it can account for various pollutants. And like I said, it's provided free of charge. And finally, I would like to close this first section. I would like to say that we often organize webinars and training sessions, like for all our tools, okay? And we have 2 slots in next year. So if you're interested in finding out more about the tool or how to use it, you can go on our web page there and register for the next training sessions. And now I would like to present a use case. So I would like to demonstrate how OpenALAX is used in the context of NEEDED, which is a Horizon 2020 project. It's a 4-year project that aims at improving our capabilities, modeling capabilities in terms of air quality, noise, but also in terms of how we count the impacted population. So the technical objectives of NEEDED is, first of all, we are trying to improve the accuracy of the reconstruction of the profiles that we're using in our modeling estimates based on ADS-B data. And after that, the main objective is, like I said, to improve our estimation, our impact assessments based on this improved input data. I'm not going to take too much time on this slide, just to say that on the left you have the preparation of the input data for our studies. So essentially what we're doing there, we're taking the ADS-B data and we're trying to enrich them with these additional parameters that are necessary to calculate either the emissions or the noise with our tools. Now, in terms of air quality, what we're trying to do there is we're trying to improve our estimates. So we have the baseline, or the baseline, where it is essentially how we're doing things, and we are trying to improve the input data, like I said, by using ADS-B data, but also we're adding another improvement, which is essentially the dispersion with a high resolution dispersion model, which is called MESO-NH. So the methodology, you're seeing here an image of the Rotterdam airport, which is the first case study needed. We have 3 airports that we're going to study, but Rotterdam airport is a partner airport, and so this case study is a bit more advanced. So what we're doing there, like I said, we're taking traffic data from ADS-B. We have different providers, And then we have the non-aircraft sources, emission sources. This information is coming from the environmental report of Rotterdam Airport, the latest. It was published this year. So for all the additional emission sources around the airport. For the meteorology, we're relying on measurements and metadata, but also on modeling data like ERA5 and some others. And then for the validation, actually there is a campaign that took place for 2 months at Rotterdam Airport. You see here in this image the 4 stations. So essentially what we're trying to do is at the same time take high quality measurements so that we can later on validate our estimates. So one very important part of this assessment is to have a very accurate representation of the taxiway routes. And like I said before, we're using this algorithm that was developed. And this is very handy because it allows us for each operation to reconstruct the ground trajectory. And we see here in this image on the left that the ADS-B data are not perfect. So in some cases, we need to correct the ADS-B data to come up with a trajectory, ground trajectory that we can use in our study. So on the right side, you see the taxi routes as they were identified by the algorithm, and then on the right, you see which of these taxi routes are used in needed. In terms of trajectory, aircraft trajectory and performance profiles, the baseline simulations, like I said before, rely on the ANP data. What we need to understand by that is that essentially these are 2D profiles. These are straight lines that we're using. And you see here on the bottom pictures a comparison of the ANP 2D profiles with the ADS-B data. So we're trying to match the ADS-B data profiles with the ANP profiles, which are theoretical, of course. And so at the later stage of our estimates, we are trying to compare those two. What you also see here in this picture is colored in red and gray. So essentially, it's separated the trajectories in terms of altitude. So whatever is in gray in this picture is below 3,000 feet, and what's in red is above 3,000 feet. And why do we use this threshold? Well, actually, it's a very standard assumption that we're doing. So LTO emissions are usually capped at 3,000 feet. This is a convention. It corresponds to the typical daytime height of the boundary layer height. So this threshold, it was introduced to provide a framework for standardized assessments so that we could easily perform emission calculations under idealized conditions. Of course, we know that in real life, this is not necessarily realistic. You see here in this image on the left, this threshold of 3,000 feet, but you also see the actual boundary layer height for a specific day. You see that it's very different from just a standard straight line, right? And on the right, we see the daily traffic. What we see there is that some of the flights will contribute much more than some other flights that are taking place outside when the boundary layer height is at its minimum. And this is the illustration of the analysis that we're trying to do. You're seeing here 3 different pictures for CO. On the left side, we have the simulation with the NP profiles and the boundary layer height at 3,000 feet. This is the standard simulation. We also see the meteorology there. On the right, we see the simulation using the NP profiles, but the actual boundary layer height. We see here in this case that they're not so different. There is some slight changes, but they're not so different. But actually what's very interesting is that when we are actually taking into account the ADS-B data, and especially the ADS-B data with the actual boundary layer height, we see that the contribution of this flight is quite different from the standard, from the baseline simulation. And this is what we're trying to investigate. That was my last slide. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them.
Thank you, Stavros. Actually, Stavros, I have a few questions for you, so I'm managing the question. What is the boundary of the emissions calculated, meaning up to what phase of flight?
All right. Well, usually what we're doing is we're sticking to the LTO definition, so it's essentially what we're doing up to 3,000 feet. So the taxi in, taxi out, approach or descent, and takeoff and climb out. So these are the phases as we define them. But as I've shown there, actually the boundary comes from the actual meteorology, so it's dynamic.
Another question, is it possible to calculate reduction measures for ground movement, such as pushback vehicle and taxi rows?
That's a good question. We've been working on that. It's not fully mature yet, but it's something that we would like to incorporate, for sure.
And then a very specific question about your use case and the needed project. How does population exposure differ from using dynamic population maps versus relying solely on census data?
Yes, another good question. The idea here is that people do not necessarily spend all their time in their houses, in their homes, right? They move for work, they move for other regions. So the idea here is try to capture what's the maximum exposure, how many hours per day people are being exposed to a certain amount of pollution or noise, and this is what this is what we're trying to do in Needed.
Another question, the last in the doodle, is the aircraft emissions collected presented on airline level?
Oh, no. It can be done as a post-analysis of the simulations, of the results, but by default, no, we don't do that.
Okay. Just to finish on that, I think it's really important to remind all of you that it's fully open source software, so available to all of you. It's very powerful. As it has been explained by Stavros, it's not only the aviation sector emissions that you can account for. So the biggest challenge actually is to get access to all the data, because for instance for the road part you need access to that, but if you could get access to all the data, it's a very, very powerful tool. Yes, I see other question coming up. Do you account for particle number emissions and nucleation of new particles in the plume? Very
yes.
Technical, that one.
The answer, the first part is yes, particle number yes, nucleation no, for the time being at least.
Okay, a more commercial question here. Who can use this data? Is it possible to use this data within a commercial product aimed at improving the sustainability for airline and airport stakeholders?
That's a more difficult question to answer. We, like I said, OpenALAX is an open source model. It can be used by anyone. It's available on GitHub. Then, so the license that we have is the EUPL license. There might be restrictions on how to use it in a commercial product, but I'm not necessarily an expert on this kind of license, so I'm not sure. I don't want to say something that's inaccurate, but everybody can use the data, everybody can use the tool. Then how to use it is a different question. I'm not fully sure how to answer that, so.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Stavros. Just one last thing, can you remind all of us how to get access to it? Because you showed the training part, but how to request access to the tool?
It's very easy. Actually, the source code is available on GitHub. I've shown the link to our website, but I'm also going to be outside during the break to demonstrate the tool. So if you have questions about how to get access to the tool or how to use it, come find me. We can also talk about other more technical questions if you want. I think, yes, we're...
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stavros. And now it's time for a break, actually. So again, we have exhibitor there. So Stavros just mentioned he would be there, but you will have also other tools. So please connect, enjoy, and be on time back for the rest of the conference. Thank you very much. The return is at 11:40. Thank you very much. See you later. Okay, please have your seat. We are going to start again. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed the coffee break to see our tools and to discuss with each other. It's full of energy, so it seems it's the case. That's great. So we are starting back our technical presentation of the day. So the second tool, it's about impact. It's a tool for both noise and emission. It will be presented by Teddy Corriol, who is also the impact project manager. And he will be seconded by Didier Martin, who is working for the French DSNA, to present a use case. So it will be really to demonstrate how impact can be used from a state level. And Didier is the head of the Methods and Tools Analysis Division at the Environment Mission. So, Teddy, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. So, yes, we will talk about noise and emissions. So, but before talking about impact, as per se, I would like also to highlight the people behind. So we are part of EUROCONTROL, working for the Aviation Sustainability Unit. And we are 4 colleagues. Laurent Cavadini, who is our expert in terms of noise and aircraft performance modeling. We have also Laurent Box, who will be presenting after AEM, more based on the emissions modeling. We are doing some researches about the drone noise and all that led by me as a project management. So in terms of history of impact, impact is a tool which life has started in 2012. So it's now a long time ago. But the first release to the external user was in 2018. And since that, we have seen a growing community of users. For example, in 2023, we were having 200 and let's say 40 users, and now we are at 340. So it's plus 44% of users for impact. And in terms of license, because impact is subject to a license, we have reached now the 100 license. Our users are ANSPs, there are CAAs, but also universities, airports, and some consultancies. What is impact? Impact is an aircraft noise and emissions modeling platform. So it allows trade-off analysis. What is interesting is that it's a web-based application, so you can reach it only by having a good connection and a web browser. More than an application, it's a service that we offer. You don't need to install software because all is located at EUROCONTROL's dedicated servers. So now, what are the objectives of impact? The idea is to quantify the environmental footprint of air traffic, so in terms of noise, fuel burn, and gaseous emissions. And for that, we mention the air traffic. So as the inputs, the user will focus on the definition of the aircraft in the fleet. We'll create here different trajectories. We'll account also for atmospheric conditions and some other operational data. And from that, the system will be able to create the noise exposure around airports, so noise maps, and also fuel burn and emissions inventories. So in terms of emissions, we will see that we have more than 24 pollutants that are accounted. The capabilities, we have in impact the capability to model the flight trajectory. So we are doing that based, I said, on the aircraft. And we will see that we are using BADA, the base of aircraft data for that, but also ANP, mentioned by my colleague before, standing for aircraft noise and performance. So we are using two models, depending on the studies we are doing. For example, we can do local studies, so near an airport, for example, where we can model the departure, an arrival, a touch and go as well, and also circuit movement. So we are very focused on an airport, and here in that zone, we can do some trade-off analysis in terms of noise and emissions, but again, emissions locally around the airport. But, for example, if we want to account for the whole inventory of emissions for a flight, we could do what we call an airport-to-airport study. And that way, we will let the system use BADA, as I said, for the trajectory generation. And in terms of outputs, we have noise contours for many different noise metrics, for example, SEL, LDN, LA max. We account for the impacted population according to that noise maps. And in terms of fuel consumption and pollutants, we have, as I said, more than 24 pollutants, such as CO2, NOx, SOx. So it's not a too technical presentation. The idea is just to get you aware of what we are doing, and for the technical thing, we have a demo that we will be happy to give you on the stand. But in terms of news, we, and I see one of my colleagues here, but we are working with the BADA team for the BADA 4.3 integration, so the very latest model of BADA, which will give us more advanced capabilities in terms of modeling techniques. We have also new modeling features that we have implemented in Impact, such as new noise metrics. So I mentioned noise metrics before. Now we have, for example, the L-night noise metric that is now considered. We have also a feature that makes it possible to do a multi-noise contours comparison. Before that, we could do the comparison, but just from one scenario to another. Now we can do for more. And we also have the ranking of the most significant operations. And the development that we have done just before, we introduced the adjustment of aircraft fuel efficiency, the user-defined aircraft rate, the taxi fuel burn, and the atmospheric conditions by scenario. In terms of future challenges and derived projects, so we talked about needed just before, and we mentioned the noise. So that is typically a challenge that we are facing now. We mentioned also the research in terms of drone noise. This is part of our future challenge. And also we have a tool which is intact. It is an automated way to use impact. So we avoid dealing with creating our air traffic. So it's connected to a flow, a data flow, for example, at an airport level, and then it will create everything automatically so that we can have the noise map and the emissions inventories. Now, the conclusion, impact is the right solution for environmental studies. For example, if you are an airspace designer, if you want to assess the impact of some network route changes, if you want also to analyze the flight efficiency of your operations, for example, at airport level, and if you want to do some reports, for example, the EAER that we are doing. and also the airport noise exposure assessment. We are aligned with European standards, and we do regulatory noise maps. And to illustrate that, we have, and I'm pleased to announce that we have the DGAC that will present a use case specifically for not exactly the plan d'exposition au bruit, as we do it in France, but he will show us some of the use cases he wants. So Didier Martin.
Thank you, Teddy. Just one thing before Didier is starting. You can already come to the microphone. Don't forget the Slido for asking your question. We will have a question and answer session after the presentation of Didier. Thank you.
Thank you, Teddy. Thank you, Marilyn. So, my presentation of the use of the acoustic component of the impact platform in environmental studies that we have to do by DCNA. The French civil aviation, the DGAC, replaced the American model that we used before, which was called INM, with impact in 2020. DGAC is required to produce noise maps in two main cases. The first concerns regulatory noise mapping in the context of land use planning around airports, the noise insulation program for residents living near airports, and noise consideration for large urban area. These noise maps are produced mainly using the day, evening, night level noise metric. The second use case is the analysis of changes in environmental impact when creating or modifying a procedure that we have to do at arrival and departure of an airport. In this case, the event-based acoustic approach is preferred over the energy approach used in the previous use case. That's the reason why we use the maximum instantaneous noise level observed during a flyover or the number of events that exceeded a threshold for maximum instantaneous noise level, which are the two noise metrics that we prefer to use for that kind of study. Despite the fact that we have different objectives through DGAC by using impact, the conditions for using it are coordinated and harmonized as well as possible within DGAC. Thus, for instance, we recommend equivalence between aircraft as well as the choice of a type of departure procedure for a given aircraft. The main objective of an environmental impact assessment is to describe as comprehensively and objectively as possible the evolution of the environmental impact when changing IFAR procedure on arrival or departure. By conducting this study, DCNA also aims to comply with French law, which requires transparency toward the public and the need to analyze the environmental impact when a project to modify or to create an IFAR procedures around airport is being considered. In the case of a major platform, DCNA must systematically submit its project and the results of the environment study to two bodies in order to obtain their advice, one at local level, the Airport-Specific Environmental Consultative Committee, where all environmental issues affecting the airport are discussed, and the other one at national level, ACNUSA, an independent administrative authority responsible for airport nuisances. And in the case of a major change, we have also to do a public inquiry. The environmental impact assessment is a comparative analysis between a situation before a change and after a change. The following environmental impact are studies. The first one, the visual impact, through the analysis of the evolution of the trajectories before and after modification. And the second one, the noise impact, through noise footprints in LMX or NA, and counting of affected people, and if necessary, noise measurements. And the last one, gaseous impact, where CO2 and NOx emissions are analyzed. The method used for doing that, these studies, is validated by ACNUSA. An example of a study conducted during a change in departure procedures at Toulouse-Blagnac Airport, a platform in the south of France, is presented in the next 4 slides. The reason for the change was environmental, to reduce the noise in a municipality by slightly shifting traffic flow to the west. You have on the picture the situation. Into the circle, blue circle, the municipality, and in blue, the current situation before the change, and in green, the procedures after the change. And you have also in gray the other procedure which were unchanged. So 2 procedures were modified. This project was subject to public inquiry. A live trial of the new departure system was carried out. This enabled radar trajectories corresponding to the project to be collected, but in most cases, trajectories in project situations have to be calculated. Sorry. The radar 2D trajectories from several data, I'm sorry, I have to go back. Yes, so the radar 2D trajectories from several days of departures before and after, during the live trials were used in impact to calculate the noise footprints. Oh, sorry. Yes. This slide shows the noise footprints calculated by impact for the departure after affected by the change only in the situation before and after the change. The NA 6225 metric locates the place where more than 25 events reaching or exceeding the instantaneous noise level of 62 dBA are calculated per day. The NA 6525 metric is also calculated. The populations affected by the noise footprints are counted and the results compared in order to assess the change in noise impact. The same time of analysis is carried out, this time considering all departures in the northwest runway configuration. It should be noted in that case that a public inquiry was done and the municipalities where it took place were determined by noise footprint calculated also by impact using the NA 6210 events metric. That screen on the picture, you can see the results of the NA 6225 metric by considering all departures. we did also the counting of population into concerned by these footprints. So, to do that count of population, we use a geographic information system like QGIS software with census data. And to conclude that presentation, DSNA uses impact during the regulatory consultation phase required prior to the approval of a change in IFAR procedure for arrivals or departures at an airport. Impact is also used earlier in the project definition phase to guide decision making. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Didier, for giving a clear example about how impact can be used. You can stay close to the microphone because we have already a set of questions for you. And as I said, don't hesitate to enter your question. The first question, is there any technical guide for impact? We would like to compare it with AEDT, because indeed AEDT is also a similar tool to impact. So can you tell us more?
Yes. So first of all, about the comparison with AEDT, we had a good example of what you did with the DGAC, who adopted first AEDT and then went to impact. And for the technical guide, currently we have a user guide that is online. So it's a user guide in which you will find a lot of information, but not the technical guide. So the technical guide is being worked currently, and that's an ongoing work that we do.
Thank you, Teddy. Another question, is Intact available under the same license as Impact?
Thank you for that question. So Intact, the use case is different. Here we will have an agreement with the data provider. For example, if we want to use Intact at an airport to know the efficiency of the airport, then we will have a license agreement with that airport. It's so it's not the same license as Impact. So to make it clear, it's really a different use case for a big amount of data.
But Teddy, if one airport is interested to get access to Intact or one INSP, how do? They contact you?
Yes, currently, because Intact is not as advanced as Impact in terms of industrialization, so it belongs to projects. The idea is more, yes, to contact us, to contact me, and also to create a project together. For example, for your information, here in EUROCONTROL we have a huge amount of data. We are currently connecting Intact with our source of data, our network manager data, to provide then some results for the airport. And then it would be subject to a license with our NMB2B platform.
Good. Another question that is a little bit maybe difficult for you to answer, but we have also our BADA colleagues there. So we get complaints that there is no actual measurement of emissions. How can we assure stakeholders of the accuracy of BADA, because it is used within Impact? Do we need fuel burn data? I don't know if you want to answer to that.
And I then give the floor maybe to Angela. I will just say that the first part of the answer would be to say that Airbus, for example, made some analysis with Impact. So in terms of results of Impact and the BADA performance model. And it was quite good results. And now I will pass the floor to Angela.
The microphone is not working. No. You push the button, speak.
Now it's red. Okay. When it's red, it's working. It's not really. Okay. So, yeah, about BADA, I'm the BADA responsible for BADA. So in terms of accuracy, we can guarantee the accuracy of aircraft performances in BADA compared to aircraft manufacturers' reference data. So this is the only thing that we can prove. So I don't know, in the context of this question, like, is this really what is the subject of the question, or how can we actually measure, you know, that what we model and that we measure in the air is correct?
For me, the way I understood it, but of course that person who asked the question can still also speak up out loud. But it's really about knowing the accuracy of the models that are used, what is the difference between the actual fuel burn, the actual emissions, and what we produce with BADA, actually. Because indeed, riverains, local citizens could complain that we are not doing actual measurement. It's modeling measurements. It's the same also for noise, by the way. But yeah, I don't know if you want to comment on this.
Well, it's difficult to answer the question. It's in a few words. What I say, and I'm going to show this later this afternoon in my presentation, how we develop the models. So we can guarantee the accuracy of BADA to the 5% in a fuel flow compared to the reference data, okay? So compared to what manufacturers produce, okay? In the operational environment, you know, there are many uncertainties, etc. This could be different, but I think we can provide good traceability and accuracy reports on BADA.
I think that's clear, Angela. A model remains a model. It can't be 100% accurate. So if you want to be 100% accurate, of course, it's better to have access to the fuel burn data. And by the way, Angela will do a BADA presentation in the afternoon. Yeah.
And by the way, I think in the question is slightly misleading, because I think impact is calculating emissions also, noise and emissions. But based on BADA at the source, but I think they say for noise.
No, it's another question. So, impact is used for noise impact assessment primarily, yeah, but not only. As Robin is saying, it's also used for emission based on BADA. When will helicopters and drone noise include it? So, this is for you, Teddy.
That's a very interesting question. When it will be ready, but we are working on it. So we are doing some research about the drone noise currently. It takes time. We need data. There are a lot of different drones, so it's not an easy task. But we are also working closely with the DGAC. They are now experimenting a model, and we are very likely to include or to integrate that model in impact in the future. Sorry, I cannot say when.
And it's also a matter of budget, by the way.
And it's
I must admit. So, okay, another question. Does Impact implement DOC 29? And if so, which version?
So it's a very interesting question again. We are compliant with DOC 29, and more than that, we are working with the modelers. They are using impact, so it's a back and forth collaboration. We used the modeling technique to create impact, and now they are using impact to go a bit further in the modeling techniques. And the version that we are using is DOC 29 edition 4, the fourth edition.
Thank you, Teddy. Could impact be used to set a sort of limitation zone for people living near the airport zone, considering both emission and noise?
That could be a really interesting use case that impact will help for. So yes, it could be used for that, because we are accounting for the impacted population around the airport, and we also have the capability to filter our emissions inventories geographically, so yes.
And it's also related in a way. How did you weigh the impact of possibly higher CO2 emission against less noise? Are you doing that balance in a way?
This trade-off, no. Currently, we don't have a kind of metric that will account for both. They are separated. It's not up to our modeling tool to define this, but the users can.
Yes, it's exactly that. This is a technical tool, not a political one. And when you have to do the balance between noise and emission, it becomes very quickly political. So we don't do that. An interesting question. Do you see impact replacing IEDT or surpassing its capabilities in the future? Yeah.
Not in the future, but right now. No, it's, we are working also with the FAA. Can I disclose that they are using sometimes impact for their own capabilities thing. So it means that I don't know which one is the best, but they are using our tool, we are not using theirs.
Good political answer, Teddy. That's fine. You survive. A last question. In what way can impact result be compared to the actual performance, for instance, excess fuel burn dashboard?
I think it's a bit related to the previous question about the BADA performances. In what way can the impact result be compared to actual performance? It's here again. It's up to the users. If you have to know that it's a modeling tool, so then if you have a measuring tool, which someone did it last time. He showed a use case where he compared the measuring data compared to the modeling data, and saw that there were a tiny difference. But here it's again up to the users to do that.
Yeah, just to be more precise, actually we did, the Aviation Sustainability Unit, a comparison between the modeling used for the excess fuel burn and the modeling used in impact, but also for flying green. It's quite similar. But as I said, it's a model, so it's not 100% perfect, but it's very close. And I will finish with this last one question, because I think it's more for Didier. Has impact been used for strategic noise mapping in France according to the Environmental Noise Directive?
I would say yes. The answer is yes. Impact is used for this kind of map, for the land use planning, noise insulation, and also the application of the directive mentioned. Donc, so we use impact for that.
Thank you, Didier. Thank you, Teddy. A round of applause for both of you. And now we switch to the last presentation before the lunch break to Pascal Hopp from the Aviation Sustainability. Is Daniel here as well? Or? Okay, so it will be only you to present the LTO estimator, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marilyn. Good afternoon by now, I think. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Pascal Hopp, indeed, from the Sustainability Unit. We have covered local air quality, noise below 3,000 feet, but also we report on emissions below 3,000 feet, and then we typically talk about landing and takeoff cycle, so the LTO cycle in short. I will do this presentation introducing the landing takeoff emission estimator to you, which is actually a live tool. So it's not a tool just for research and development. It's actually live, and operational stakeholders can get data from that tool. We have developed that tool in collaboration with the airport unit. My colleague Daniel Kominak and myself have been very much involved in the development of that. Unfortunately, Daniel could not be here, so you will hear the presentation from me. So first, some context. Here on the right, you see a picture of the LTO cycle. So basically, it is the movement of the aircraft below 3,000 feet. So we have the descent, the final approach, the landing, the taxi in, the taxi out, and the climb out, obviously. And the emissions in that cycle, which is a predefined, ICAO-defined cycle, is used to calculate the emissions in that cycle, in those different phases, based on the report that you see on the screen. But it is also mentioned in the fuel burn and emission inventory system that is these procedures and regulations from the European Environmental Agency. Now, the problem, not the problem, but the reporting procedure is that all these phases are predefined in terms of timestamps and in terms of thrust settings. So for taxi in and taxi out, typically in total 26 minutes are taken with I think 7% thrust setting. For landing or for final approach, something like 4 minutes. For climb out, 2.2. And for, what is it, landing and takeoff, respectively 40 and 42 seconds. Now, these timestamps, of course, are standardized, and it would be very interesting to understand actually what the operational values of the landing takeoff cycle would be in order to support our stakeholders for, let's say, analysis and operational improvements in the phases, in the different phases that they can have. And specifically, the taxi phase is a very inaccurate one. So that's why we decided to create a landing takeoff emission estimator, where we can actually use the actual taxi times that we have in the network management systems in order to provide a more accurate picture of the information of the emissions in that LTO cycle. It's not just based on NM data. Well, it's based on NM data, but not just on radar track data and these kind of things. It's also based on the information that we receive from aircraft operators and from airports. So in some cases that can take a while. So as soon as we receive that information, we update the platform with the latest information possible. That's not the only thing that we've done. We have included a couple of additional elements in order for the stakeholders to analyze the situation at the airport and to add some what-if possibilities with regards to the use of sustainable aviation fuels and so on. It is important to mention that it's a very detailed presentation based on specific flights, on actual flights, aggregated to such a level that we are not giving away sensitive information, but still there is a lot of sensitive information on the platform, so that means that it's not a public platform and you need to request the access of the platform via the airport corner tool that is on the NM, the network manager's website. So if I'll show next a couple of slides on what you actually can find on the platform. So if you go to the LTO emission estimator, this is the first thing that you will see, the main dashboard. And you can see that you can select, depending on which actor you are, you can select your airports if you're part of an airport group, or you can select your airport if you are only operating one airport. And within those possibilities, there are, within those selections, there's a couple of possibilities. You can select average taxi times, or taxi times. You can see number of flights. You can see average fuel burn, average CO2 for a selected flight phase, the emissions, the CO2 for the selected flight phases, the NOx's for the selected flight phases. And why I mention selected flight phases is because in the top bar you can see that you can select either runways or the flight phase or a time slice or an operator or wake vortex category within the certain year-month selection that you want to see. So there's a lot of information on there already, but this is not enough still. So sometimes you want to have even more information specifically about a particular day or about a particular hour on a day. So that's why we included another view and that is the LTO dashboard by day, where you can see actually per day, per hour even, more information linked to wake vortex, linked to operator and these sort of things. And here you can see already that it's quite sensitive because we are going really to the level of the operator, not to the specific flight level, meaning the flight, not the flight level in terms of altitude, but the flight level in terms of flight. This is the kind of information that we typically cannot share. We try to aggregate it to such a level, even for, let's say, for a specific airport, so that they cannot go to the specific flight. So there's always, it's always aggregated to a couple of flights. But, and here you also have, in these detailed overviews, the option to go per runway, or per flight phase, or per different period. What we like to do is not just, so because this is an historical platform, it gives you the information possibly for the last 5 years. It's not forecasting like what we are doing with Flying Green. It's looking back. But it's not just to present you with an overview of this is how it is. We actually want you to use the platform in order to build your own scenario and see what the impact would be on your operation if you would change a couple of things. So that is why we introduced the what if page. And you can see on the top again you have all the options to select the different phases, different runways, etc. But now we've also included options to see what an impact sustainable aviation fuels would have in terms not just of blend, and then to see, taking into consideration life cycle assessment values, what would be net emissions compared to exhaust emissions, but also to give you a perspective of what that would mean in terms of additional costs for airlines. I must admit that this tool has been developed from the top of my head 3 to 4 years ago. And since then, we have done a lot of work in the context of Aviation Sustainability Unit. So we have the Flying Green tool, we have all the other tools, etc. And it's quite a challenge to keep up with let's say, all the developments that we have. So in this case, now that Laurent has issued his fueling decarb pillar with extreme amount of detailed information, the possibilities that you can do now with sustainable aviation fuel and to see what the effect is of sustainable aviation fuel on your operation feels a little bit limited from the LTO part. But still, let's say on high level, you can have your view on what would it mean if I introduce alcohol to jet sustainable aviation fuels at my airport to a certain level. What would it mean in terms of cost and all these sort of things. You can fill out your own values, make your own scenario, and download, as you can see, even the values and the numbers, so that you can build your business case based on the data and the historical data that we have available in EUROCONTROL, and you can see the impact on your operation. That's not the only thing that we'd like to offer. The other thing is that we also provide a benchmarking view on the LTO emission estimator. And here, basically, you as an airport or as an operational stakeholder can see what the performance is, the LTO emission performance is of your airport if you compare that to average other airports in your category. So we have 5 categories there, going from very small airports, which have a yearly flight movement under 20,000 movements per year, up to the very large airports like Heathrow, Amsterdam, Charles de Gaulle, etc., of more than 200,000 movements a year. And you can see basically where your performance is if you compare that to other airports. Well, that is of course a very rude performance and quite difficult to make, but it gives a sort of perspective. I will come back to better developments, more developments in one of the later stages. So in summarizing, let's say the LTO emission estimator that we currently have, like I said, developed by both the airport and the sustainability unit with the ECAC-wide coverage, but again, not for everybody to have that ECAC-wide coverage. It's only for the airports in that operators in that on that airport or airport group. We have 5 years of historical data, so going back to 2020 now, and 2018-19 is still available, but we keep it in our archives. It contains very precise taxi times for more than 60 plus airports, which are integrated via airport CDM or ECRA or these kind of methodologies. And for the moment, what we have is that we have D+2 information. So the day after tomorrow, we will have the emission data for what happened today available. But that is actually not enough, because you know as well as I do that to analyze operational situations, it's very difficult to have a sort of before and after situation. So you want to have much more accurate information of what is happening actually now, so that you can immediately link it to certain events. And that is why we are continuing developing the LTO platform, but more in the context of CESAR programs. And it's linked to what Teddy just mentioned, actually, with impact. So what if we can go to almost real-time monitoring of noise or emissions using the LTO information, using the LTO source data, link it to Intact, because you remember that Impact was the R&D tool, but Intact is the automated tool for noise or for emission modeling. So if we would be able to do that, then we could give operational stakeholders, the air traffic controllers, the airport operators, etc., information about what actually happened today, and they can immediately link that to operational use cases or to operational scenarios and get even more information about what can be done in order to improve our emission, our LTO emission on that specific airport. So that is currently ongoing, so I can't, for the moment, share with you use cases that go in that direction, but I'm sure that in the near future you will hear about developments in that direction. Maybe we organize something again next year, so then we can bring that on the agenda. So that is what we are doing. And the other thing that we are doing is also to see if we can make the standardized timestamp portions that we still have in LTO. So that's the climb out, that's the approach phase, if we can make that based on operational data as well. That goes very much in the direction of what we already have, but at more aggregated level in the Flying Green platform. If you go to net zero pillar of Flying Green, this is already based on the entire operational trajectory and not just on standardized timestamps and thrust settings. So, but still, LTO would go a little bit more into the detail and historical, where Flying Green is, of course, more in the forecasting mode. With that, I'll conclude my presentation and open for questions.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Pascal. Actually, we have plenty of questions for you. So, first of all, do you take into account reduced engine taxi for the taxi phase of flight?
No. That's a short answer. Next question. No. No. What we do is we take, let's say, the reduced engine taxi. We take the thrust setting still available, let's say, in the ICAO defined methodology. So that's the 7%. So this is not taken into account reduced engine taxi for the taxi phase of flight. However, in the what if part of the tool, you can include what portion you think is taxiing with reduced engine taxi. So let's say 50%, 10%, and you can see what then the effect would be on the output of the LTO. So it's not taken into account, but you can make a scenario where you introduce reduced engine taxi.
Okay, another question. You already answered to it, but just to clarify, who is the main user of this tool? The airport, the regulator?
The main users for us, for the tool, are operational stakeholders.
Yeah.
So the aircraft operator, not the aircraft operator, sorry, the airport operator, if you are at traffic control, ANSP, you normally get access to these tools. At a more aggregated level, like I said, we have Flying Green with also information about the LTO, and we make even a link, but that is less detailed, but that is for everybody. but on the LTO, we are specifically focusing on operational stakeholders.
Yeah, and maybe something that I would like to clarify as well. Pascal said it, but to get access to that tool, you need to go through the airport corner. What does it mean? It means that the airport has access to its own data, not other data. This confidentiality is really important for us because Pascal mentioning during his presentation, a lot of data are confidential, meaning that those data are not accessible to all airports. It's not because you have access as an airport to the LTO estimator that you can see the results of other airports. No. So this is really important to mention. You will get access only to your own data on the LTO estimator of the airport corner. Another question for you. You also mentioned it that SAF is also considered in the life cycle. How far does it go? Because there were another question about that, about are production, storage, and transport all included? How far do we go?
No. Sorry. The SAF impact on particle emissions is not considered in that tool. We are only focusing on CO2 emissions and NOxes and SOxes. So particles, fine dust, ultrafine dust, and these kind of things are not included in the tool. And I think that we need to go for open LAQ for that to find maybe more information regarding this. But this is not part of the LTO currently. Regarding what are we taking into consideration, we are taking the trip into consideration. So not the distribution, the manufacturing of SAF and all these sort of things. So we are taking only the trip into consideration based on the trajectory information that we have, and that is let's say represented as part of the emissions. Was there another question?
You use the life cycle of SAF in the LTO estimator.
So how far are we using the life cycle? So basically we start with fuel burn, which is basically exhaust emission, and then depending on your input of what the SAF blend is and the different pathway and the different type of SAF, we use life cycle assessments to calculate from the exhaust emissions the net emissions. So depending on the life cycle assessments that we get from the CORSIA official documentation, we can make a translation from exhaust to net emissions.
Good. Another question. Do you plan to use actual ADS-B data for the tool?
That is already the case. We are using already ADS-B data in several of the airport unit initiated projects like ECRA airports, CCPM. Those are a couple of projects in the airport unit that try to, that aim to have as much as possible the most accurate ground movement data available, and that's not from radar data, of course, because that's less accurate. So in some cases, additional ADS-B receivers are being placed on an airport to make the better connection with, let's say, also the network management systems, and if that is connected to the network management systems, we are using that as well in the LTO emission tool.
Do you publish your methodology on how the data is being processed and metrics calculated in the LTO estimator?
Yes, there is a user manual where we go into more details of how we actually calculate the emissions and what kind of metrics we use in there. So I would invite you to go to the EUROCONTROL website, find the LTO emission estimator, and to consult the user manual.
Another question. All airports have different layouts, traffic volumes and issues. Is comparison of airports by size of any real value? I suppose it refers to the benchmarking slides that you have presented.
Yeah, and I think that's a very valid question, because I'm completely in agreement that it's very, very difficult to compare different operational situations. However, we still wanted to give a sort of highlight of how it compares, and you can find all kinds of reasons why the comparison is off for some cases, but this is also why we want to continue with LTO and to link it really to almost real-time information, so that we can let's say, see the output or the LTO performance directly in certain operational situations, so to provide more information to the user. And that's not comparing, of course. It's more comparing the result with the operational situation. It is not comparing two different airports. But this is why we want to continue. But I completely agree that because of the different layouts, you will see that, let's say, at Schiphol Airport with a very long polderbound taxiway, they have a completely different performance, obviously, than, for instance, Brussels Airport that has the runways nearer to the station, so to say.
An interesting question. Does the scope of this work, or can the scope of this project include military aircraft? I'm thinking of multiple use airfields, like Brussels Airport, for instance.
Of course, it can. Does the scope of this include military aircraft? I'm not. If we have information available about IFR traffic, I think even including military aircraft, if that is, if we have the flight plan and the data in our system, we probably take it into consideration also for the LTO. I'm not at that detailed level, to be honest, to see if we have the right modeling for military aircraft and engines and these kind of things to include that into LTO.
Alors, are only the airports from the member states analyzed? Can airports outside Eurocontrol require analysis?
Outside Eurocontrol? Well, first of all, was not, let's say the scope is the ECAC area, so the network, so what we have inside Eurocontrol. That is the information that we have available. So information that we do not have available is difficult to present on the platform, of course. So unless we have specific agreements, I guess, outside ECAC area with observer states and these kind of things, and there are agreements about data sharing, because we of course need source data in order to be able to analyze such data. Unless we have those, if we don't have that in place, then it's difficult for us, of course, to present that on the portal. In principle, it would be possible, but I think extra, let's say, agreements between states and Eurocontrol need to be made for that.
Do you take into account the effect of aircraft stopping and starting again in times of taxi congestion?
What we do take into account is the taxi time. And then, do we take that into account? That's a very good question, and I really need to think about that, because it's of course part of the trajectory. So we see. We don't know. No, I think we only take into account the time necessary for taxi and use that in order to calculate the taxi performance. So for the moment, we don't have that information yet available. If we would have information available about the thrust settings of an aircraft, or let's say the dynamic trajectory, including speed to the taxiway, then we could take that into consideration. That wouldn't be even too difficult, I think, to take into consideration. But for the moment, it is based on the timestamps, the wheels from the ground and between EOBT, so the AOBT, sorry, actual off-block time and the time of takeoff.
Yeah, so we are running out of time, so just one last question, very simple. What is ENVDASH on the peacock slide?
I guess it stands for Environmental Dashboard. But to be honest...
yeah, but Teddy can answer.
Teddy, do you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ENVDASH means Environmental Dashboard, as you said, because yes, the idea is that the tools are providing a dashboard with their results, and then the dashboard is just there to display them. So we need a dashboard just to aggregate all the information.
Thanks. By the way, I see there's more questions. We have on the slides, there is the email address of LTO as well. So if you have questions and want to ask more about LTO emission estimator, always welcome to drop us a line via email and we'll respond, obviously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pascal. And now this is the time for the lunch break. We have 1 hour. Again, we have our exhibitor, demo, etc. So don't hesitate to see them. And yes, we are back at 1:40, please, sharp. Thank you very much. Okay, please have a seat. We are going to start back after lunch. Okay, so I hope you did enjoy your lunch break and the digestion is not too difficult now. So Laurent Box, our next speaker, will have a kind of challenging mission now. Yeah. To interest you after the lunch break. So he will present our next expert tool, which is AEM. And like for impact, it will start with a presentation from Laurent, aviation sustainability expert. And then we will have a presentation of a use case of AEM by Nieuwart Nijshuis, who is founder and technical consultant at Apollon Milieu. But then you will have to wait for Laurent to present his part. So yes, Laurent, the floor is yours for AEM. Thank you.
Hello everybody. I'm going to present you the advanced emission model of AEM, which is a tool that we already spoke about this morning without naming it, because it's part of a lot of our different assessments on different tools here at EUROCONTROL. And let's say everywhere, I think that I saw certain number of people here that are already using the AEM tool for their own assessment. AEM in a nutshell, AEM at a glance, it's a central piece of code that is used for the calculating of the aircraft engine emissions. This is the main objective of the tool. It enables to calculate up to 24 different pollutants and is up to date to the latest development of methodology, different methodologies. It assesses the full flight emissions from the LTO phases to the cruise phase, including climb, cruise, and descent. We'll see later on a little bit more in details. As you see here, it is well designed for the integration of data sets that will come from either cockpits, simulations, models, radar tracks, on a lot of different data sources. It is currently embedded in our impact tool for the emissions assessment through the trajectory, the old trajectory. It is also embedded in the tool that we will see later on presented by EUROCONTROL, which is called Ernest. And it is part also of the framework from EUROCONTROL, which is piloted by EUROCONTROL, that calculates the emission in the context of the environmental emission European Environmental Agency reporting, the EMEP-EEA. And on the top of it, because we have a large, wide scope of different input types, some of them are quite simple, we have the possibility to calculate in a simplified manner the fuel burn. So we can have a complete chain of calculation from the track, from the radar track, the 4D trajectories, to the emissions at the end using the simplified fuel burn calculation based on BADA modeling. So what's AEM? AEM is a software suite. When I say that, that means that we develop AEM with a certain number of different frameworks. Both of them, in fact, the most used is the standalone command line and standalone UI. So you have here a representation of the look and feel. It's a very simple piece of code, as I said, but powerful. And we also develop an API, which is in fact DLL. It's a piece of code that you can integrate in your own C++ framework on the software. It is delivered with a pre-processing trajectory filter to help you to prepare the information, and available both for Windows XP and Linux. And currently we have Red Hat 7 and 8, which are provided through those type of software. Using AEM means that this slide is here to show you or to recall you that it is, well, it's now an old tool. Only we have more than 100 licenses with organizations. It's multi-user tool. We have, when I say multi-users, it's that when you have one license, you have the tool and you can use it in your organization free of charge. We have a license that is established between EUROCONTROL and the different organizations. It was used and it is used through a different number of projects, including ICAO Cape, so reporting with the EA. Into EUROCONTROL, we have several people here who are using AEM, both for studies or reporting. And as I said, it is integrated or well integrated now through either command line or DLL into our tools for that are developed either into the ASU unit on, let's say, worldwide, in the wide set of tools of EUROCONTROL. So the concept, it's quite simple. You have an input trajectory segment, 4D trajectory segments. You have the tool inside, which is here in the middle. Only in the output, you will have the emissions for each of those segments. The tool enables to have aggregations, so by segments, obviously, that's elementary elements, but also by flight and phases of flight, and for the complete traffic file. We are using a reference database, which is populated by engine indices, aircraft types, so the mapping between the engine and the aircraft. We have the BADA fuel flow, performances, taxi times, which are updated for each release. And the calculation of the pollutants include the most convenient or the most relevant pollutants, including the CO2, the NOx, HC, CL. On the HC, you have all the subparts, all the sub-elements of HC, including methane, and benzene, etc. Also, the particulate matters, including the non-volatile and volatile, for each segment of the trajectory. We can add LTO segment to complete the calculation, so that makes a real gate-to-gate tool. The calculation principles here, as you see, we have two ways to tackle the calculation based on the differentiation of the phases of flight, as we saw this morning already, between the LTO and the cruise. In en route, we can use the BADA calculation of the fuel flow, as I said, in the simplified manner, or you can input your own fuel flow. On the LTO phases, then you will use, you have the possibility to use the timing mode calculation. As already said, we use the different reference tables and reference databases to do it so. In en route, which is a particular case, I wanted to emphasize on the methodology that we use, in particular the way that we model the NVPM, because the latest model of AM integrates the MIM methodology for the calculating of the non-volatile particulate matters. I know that it is something that can be interesting for the contrails calculations, for instance, and it is based on the latest development of the ICAO Cape cycles. Obviously, the non-engine, the engine-based pollutants such as the NOx, the CO, HC, they are based on the classical BFFM2 methodology calculation. And as you see here in the en route phase, I can come with either my fuel burn in the input, because I already calculated it with a certain tool, such as Impact, for instance, or Ernest, or to ask AEM to calculate the fuel burn based on BADA pre-calculated tables. So it's a tabulated fuel flow reference data set. And at the end, obviously, you have for each segment the corresponding emissions, fuel flow and emissions. The current status, because it's AEM, it's a living tool, is that we are going to implement the final MIM version this year that was implemented for the Cape 13. So we have the previous initial version of the MIM version, which is already a good step ahead. And nowadays we are going to implement this new version, which is based on a new interpolation methodology for mass and numbers assessment of non-volatile particulate matters. We are going also to upgrade the multiprocessing of the AM DLL. I think that some of you, and I am referring to Amid for the Ernest tool, we faced some issues with the multiprocessing. So it will be corrected, and we are going to give a good step ahead in this direction. And obviously, this new version will be delivered with a new aircraft engine mapping based on the latest traffic assessment, the European recorded traffic assessment by EUROCONTROL. And it will be delivered with Windows 11 and Red Hat 9, perhaps not, we'll see, that's a question mark. I have a very, very last item to say is that we are about to develop a Python wrapper, so to be able to integrate AEM in a Python piece of code. And now I am going to ask Stewart to come here to have the presentation. For any question, as you see, license request and support, AEM at EUROCONTROL INT is the good mail address. Stewart, it's up to you.
Thank you, Laurent.
Yeah. Well, thank you for inviting me here, and I'm very honored that I can stay here to inform you about the analysis we did on the nitrogen deposition on Amsterdam Airport Schiphol. The study we have done is on depositions, and therefore I thought it might be handy to give a short explainer to the deposition, what this is. And then we go through the steps which I have done to get those depositions, which means the analyzing of the radar data, using of the advanced emission tool, calculating the emissions, and from there the depositions. Please know that there is a full report on this. If you're interested, please let us know. And we are still doing some additional studying, so if you're interested in that, you're welcome. Well, let's start with the meaning of the depositions. Depositions, in fact, is the absorption of emissions by the environment. Relevant components are nitrogen oxide and ammonia. Both components in the ground are converted to nitrates, and therefore we, since the chemistry in the ground gets into the same, we say we put those together to say this is nitrogen deposition. And the nitrates in fact are nutrients, so this is good for the nature, but when there's too much, well, then we have the problem of eutrophication, and it's also sour, so it has also the effect of acidification. Sulfur oxide is also a component which can have acidification, as you might know. If you look here to the map, the diagram, you can see that the column of nitrogen oxide in the Netherlands is very high, and this is because we have a lot of very density population. We have industry, we have the largest harbor in Rotterdam, and we have a beautiful airport in Amsterdam. So there is the reason where we of the nitrogen oxide, but also very important is the ammonia. This is maybe even more important, and the ammonia that comes from the livestock, the excretion of the animals, and we also have the highest density of the livestock in whole Europe. So putting all together, deposition is the main cause of nature degradation in the Netherlands, and there is really a nitrogen crisis going on, which can only be solved if we have a fair reduction share by all sectors, because none of the sectors can do it on its own. Well, let's start. The radar data, the ASDB data, well, we have heard it in this morning many times. I got it from 2 receivers from the whole year, 2019. And, well, and then we have to create the tracks. From there, I made a selection in the blue area, up to 3,000 feet. It's the beginning point and end point have to end there. What was quite a mathematical challenge is the runway allocation. We have 6 runways in Amsterdam, 6 runways in 4 different directions. And you can imagine if you have a turn at the beginning of the flight, well, that makes it very interesting to allocate it to the correct runway. But eventually we succeeded. We got 90% identified. Well, with using the S code, we were able to find out the correct planes. what we will do in future, we will also identify the call sign and see where the origin of arrival flight or destination of a departing flight will go to. And we would also include the IOG data. IOG means is on ground, which allows us to be more, to get more information about the data regarding the takeoff time and the landing time. Well, here you find some results summary. This is the TIM times, the time in modes. We could compare it to the Dutch regulatory assumptions. Of course, in 2019, we had not the takeoff times and the landing times. We used there the times from the Dutch regulatory, which is 40 seconds for the landing and different for the takeoff. You can see here the wide body, turbofan, the business jets. They have different times assumed. But if we compare with the actually times we could interpolate by using the radar tracks, you could see that for the climb out it did match very well. It's a bit higher, but if we look at the approach, we can see that the time actually was quite longer around Amsterdam. And I think many pilots can confirm that the time for the approach is a bit longer. Well, to go fast enough, let us look at the development of the nitrogen oxide in the LTO cycle. You can see here the graph, and you see that in red that the emissions in the LTO cycle is increasing. And there are two main reasons for that. And the first reason you can find in the first graph, where you see the flight movements on the blue and the passengers in green, and you see that we transport more passengers per flight, which means that the planes are getting larger. This is a main reason why the LTO emissions are increasing. But another interesting reason is that the engine's getting more fuel efficient, and because of this fuel efficiency, a higher temperature, burning temperature is required, and the higher temperature will result in more NOx emissions. It is the most important reason, the temperature for the NOx emission. Well, then we start with the calculation, advanced emission model. I like to again say that there is an important distinction between the LTO and the cruise and the descent, the climb, cruise and descent. Below this, the model is related, as I used it, by the ICAO data. We had the the aircraft engine emission database. There are the emission factors, and from above we could use the BADA. And well, my experience was very, very positive. The uses of the user interface was very flexible. I could find everything I needed, and yes, I'm quite positive. And so we get very easily our emission results, which are presented here. You can see on the right-hand side, you can see the emission distribution in the LTO for the NOx emissions. And to get an impression how much is red and how much are the other lighter colors, you can look at the bar, and then you see clearly that the amount of emissions is taking. Most of them are in the red areas. We also can look at what the different flight modes are doing. We see there in the NOx emission and the SOx emission, I made two different circles. The inner circle makes a separation on 3,000 feet. You can see the LTO is gray. If we look at the NOx emission, we clearly see that the departure is really dominating. The takeoff, the climb out, and the climb out. If you put all those together, you see this is the real amount of the emission of the NOx. And this is because, again, the temperature is irrelevant here. You have here higher thrust settings, and the thrust settings which are higher, they also will result in higher burning temperatures, and therefore there's more NOx emissions. If we look at the SOx, the sulfur emissions, we see a more distributed picture. The taxiing is coming out more strongly, and the approach. So, and this is because the SOx is related to the fuel burn, because the sulfur is in the fuel, and this is, well, one-to-one. Okay, then let's calculate the depositions from using the emissions. In the Netherlands, we have an internet platform. It's called Arius, and this internet platform is used for all kinds of projects. It is used for monitoring of all depositions within the Netherlands. It's also, the kernel is OPS. Don't get confused here. OPS in this context means something else. It's Operation Primary Subsistence Model. It's the kernel of Arius, and that one is also used for getting by the Dutch Institute for getting the complete concentration distribution in the Netherlands using all sources. Well, if we did our calculations up to 5 kilometers, and there was an important reason for that, because from experiments, it turned out that the equilibrium of NOx is changing at altitude, and this changing starts at 5 kilometers, and then you will see that the nitrogen monoxide will be dominating if you go higher. And for that reason, the Langarian model OPS is not suitable anymore above 5 kilometers. So if we want to model, and we were looking for that also, we have to use an Eulerian model. And in fact, Eulerian model has not so good resolution, which means that you cannot exactly know on which position the deposition takes place. The hybrid modeling will be the answer to address this. Well, in fact, the Arius also gives you the concentration, or the OPS kernel does. But if you really want to have more insight into the local air quality, and this has been mentioned already this morning, and I can confirm it, you have to include more accurately the taxi data. You have to look at all other activities in the airports. There's no way around it. What's maybe helping is that the Dutch Institute will give you some general data, background concentrations. Well, then we can look into the final results, the deposition results, and what you see wouldn't surprise you that around the airport the depositions are higher than farther away. And if we look at the distribution of the different flight phases, you will notice that the emissions at the lower area, of course, below the mixing area, is well, more important, but it does not mean that the emissions above 3,000 FUTU are completely negligible. Again, the departure emissions in the nitrogen depositions is dominating. And what was a bit surprising for me was the sulfur deposition, because they come out here very clearly as a serious part of the total depositions from sulfur. And well, I was always thinking that if you want to reduce the depositions on sulfur, you had to desulfurize, and this desulfuration is not always a good measure, because we have also some climate problems, and the sulfur is mitigating, in fact, in higher altitudes. But this outcome could have the opportunity to reduce the emission during taxiing is clearly available, and this can be done with electric bots, but also, of course, with one motor off, whatever. Well, I'd like to give a short summary. Well, we were able to analyze the radar tracks using AAM. Analyzing the radar tracks, and this using for as input for the advanced emission model. I was quite positive on the usage of the advanced emission model. It was quite fast, it was easy. I had almost no problems. And what I appreciate a lot is that there is a uniform calculation tool developed by EUROCONTROL, which can, and this will give you the opportunity to compare different countries, to compare different airports, and this is very valuable to my opinion. Of course, improvements, the impact is an interesting further tool. And if I can give input to that, I'm happy to do that. We are also doing our studies. We will continue to calculate above 5 kilometers, and we will also look in more detail regarding the takeoff, landing, and taxi. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Siward. So, as usual, we have a few questions. Don't hesitate also to use Slido. I forgot to remind this before starting the presentation. But anyway, it seems that after presentation of Impact, OpenAlax, now AEM, our audience is a little bit lost about which tool to use for what. So the first question is when to use Impact and when to use AEM.
We are here to answer.
Good luck with that. Huh?
I won't make another presentation of Impact to make the comparison, but Impact generates the trajectories, and AEM uses trajectories which are already generated. That's the big difference between those two tools. AEM is within Impact, so when you use Impact to generate emissions, it will use AEM inside, but Impact will give the trajectories that it generates itself to AEM for further processing. So yes, keep in mind that Impact generates trajectories with whatever you feed it, procedures on other information which are related to the formalism of Impact, when AEM uses simple 4D trajectory segments. And it was made for that, to assess simple set of information. Obviously, the more you give to AEM, the better you will have in terms of precision of results at the end. I hope that it answers the questions.
Yes, I think so. I would simply say as well that Impact is also about noise, which is not the case of AEM, so maybe good to remind. Because me, I'm not the expert there, but from the outside, you know, when I'm looking to Impact, Impact is really when you want to do more simulation, you know, you want to be very accurate, you want to go into the details. We have presented a use case with a procedure before and after. You know, this is a clear example about when to use Impact. For AEM, it's a code that can be used in your whole application as well. This is also, for me, one of the biggest assets of AEM, because you can use it in your own tool, which is not the case with Impact. Impact is a tool per se, and indeed, you can inject trajectories with AEM, you can put it everywhere, and in the future library with Python, it will be even more easy to integrate. So just try to keep this in mind. With AEM, you can use it for plenty of application, and by the way, you mentioned it already, but it's used also in other EUROCONTROL application, like in Flying Green, for instance. Yeah. Tomorrow you will have also a presentation about the gate-to-gate metrics, which is also developed based on AEM. It's because you can use the code. And another question, which is a little bit related, when do we use AEM or OpenAlax? Because you also mentioned on CO2 and LTO at lower level. So when do we use OpenAlax? When do we use AEM?
OpenAlax is a tool that is specialized for the local air quality around the airport. That means it takes into account the possible emissions of pollutants by non-aircraft sources. For instance, cutting the grass or using the power plants, etc. Well, AEM just use on a time basis, it will use the aircraft-related emissions. So you can use, and that was very well done by Seward for the use case AM for the LTO. So you will have inventories of pollutants for taxi, for takeout, for takeoff, for climb out, for approaches and landings. But you won't have it for the non-aircraft related sources. And I think that's the biggest difference. And after that, all the possibilities of OpenALAX, which are related to the dispersion, I won't speak about that. You already spoke about that this morning, Stavros, on well.
Stavros, do you want to add something, or this is clear enough? Okay. And so because it is a little bit related, it's for Seward. Why not using impact for your study? Why using AEM?
Oh, I wouldn't say that I'm not willing to use it. To say it another way around. Well, at this moment I was thinking the AEM is more practical for me because I can include it within the software. I can make my own software with the radar data analysis, and then I can continue using the AEM. But if we want to do more studies, for instance, also on noise, I think impact is very interesting, so it does not mean that I'm not interested in impact at all. No, I'm looking very curiously to see what I can do with impact as well.
Alors, an interesting question for us. Can EUROCONTROL share a system-level view of how the different tools fit together? I must be quite honest here. I think this is something even our own management would like to see because we have so many tools, and I don't want to worry you, but we are going to present even more tools in the afternoon to completely, lose you. That's clear. No, joke aside, I think it's a good idea. It's something that we definitely need to do because indeed we are developing more and more tools, each for specific purposes, with specific data, with specific models. But I think that we are missing a little bit a kind of guide that could help you to choose the good tool for the good purposes. And yes, so it's a point taken on board, that's clear. Next question, what tool did you use for runway allocation using ADS-B data? Is there an open access tool available for this?
Well, I have developed it myself. I'm kind of mathematician, so this was very exciting to do. But, well, if there is interest to make this public, we have to look how to do that. It might be an option.
A more simple question, Laurent. What license is AEM available under? Can companies obtain and use it?
The license has to be requested to the AEM support team, and it will be processed by EUROCONTROL. It is established between EUROCONTROL and the company. It cannot be done on the person, on the physical person. It has to be done with a legal representative of an organization, and it is free of charge. It is subject to a certain number of limitations, which are based on the reference information which is provided by AEM.
And again, this tool is free of charge
it's free
for
of charge.
our
Yeah,
stakeholders.
it's free of charge.
Yes, but for private companies, how does it work?
It's the same.
It's the same?
It is the same.
And it's
for
also free?
Any organization which has a legal representative, for Apollon, for instance, it was the case.
Yeah, good, thank you. And the last question, is there any validation on the result in AEM? And I see that actually, we were asking to the one who is asking the question, can you specify which results? Is this for the use case or for the AEM tool in general? Because indeed, this validation could be for what has been presented by Seward.
For instance,
Yeah.
and that's the same question for all the tools here, and you answered it this morning. Models are based on some assumptions. On the case of AEM, we implement and validate the results of AEM against the different methodology which are provided to us by the ICAO CAPE group. So we have a certain number of use cases, certain number of modeling cases which are relevant. I am part of let's say the IQ MDG group. In this context, I apply we are in the first line with the manufacturer to have the verification of their own methodology, but we are just validating our tools against the methodology which are provided. So there might be some issues at the moment of the definition of the methodology.
Siwa, do you want to add something? Did you try to validate the results?
Well, you can always get more precise results, and this is the challenge if you are a developer. And well, this is what I mean by that development continues taking place. You always look for better results, and well, I think the BADA development is really great. It is helps you a lot for the 3,000 feet, and maybe we can look in more detail, and I'm prepared to do that if the ICAO data can get more precise.
And finally, the last question, are there user groups for the different tools? Yes, alors maybe for not all of them, but for instance, Flying Green that will be presented tomorrow, there is a stakeholder group, a user group with more than 100 stakeholders. I think it was 2 years ago, we did an Impact AEM Open ALAX user group as well, in which we presented also our EUROCONTROL tools. There is also a BADA user group. So there are different user groups, yes. But again, I think it should be part of the same document that tell you, which tool to use for what, and also to explain who are the point of contact, where are the user groups that exist, etc. So point taken for this one as well. Thank you.
Marilyn, if I may, behind you. Sorry. When we are speaking about the tools and the methodologies, as part of the Avenir working group, one of the, let's say, pillars, second pillar, published a report in September this year, which literally explains all the possible tools and methodologies available to you for either backward or forward looking, and provides the information about the point of contact, a short summary about the tool, what can it do for you, what kind of indicators are used. And we have been tasked, actually got a mandate to transfer the tool, because at the moment is in a PDF version, that catalog will be transferred in a more dynamic, let's say, version. So it will become available online sometime next year.
Yeah, but it goes beyond EUROCONTROL tools. Yeah, so it's why, I said this is not totally the same, but indeed it's good to remind that there is this Avenir working group producing deliverables that could already help you to identify the different tools that exist and which one could be applied. But it goes indeed beyond what EUROCONTROL is doing and beyond what we are presenting during these 2 days, just to make your life even more complex, actually. So now I propose we go to the next presentation. So thank you, Laurent. Thank you, Siwa. It's for Hamid Kadour, EUROCONTROL expert, internal innovation support for network manager, and Zoltan to present the use case on Ernest. But we will start first with Hamid. So please, the floor is yours for the Ernest presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hamid Kadour from the Innovation Hub, and I'm in charge of the innovation support for the network manager, and also the Ernest product owner that I will present you. You have already heard the acronym and the name quite a bit in the previous presentation. I'm sure you're curious about it, to know what it is. We'll see that. What is Ernest? Ernest stands for the Research and Network Strategic Tool. This is a simulation modeling and simulation tool dedicated for research. This tool is sharing a lot of data and common modules with the NEST tool that maybe some of you already know. NEST is an operational tool provided by EUROCONTROL to ANSPs, and this tool supports the ANSPs in all their airspace design activities and supports also the capacity planning process. This tool, Ernest, is a research tool for validation, and we reworked all the HMI and workflow to support our activities in the validation domain. What do we do with the tool? But mainly, when we talk about validation, this is all the tasks that we do for every type of activities. The main objective is really to assess and to validate new concepts, new elements that we will introduce inside the network. Will it be a change in the operations, new activities, new working methods, or new toolings that will change the way of the operations? We assess the feasibilities, and we address also all the part and elements related to a performance assessment. Performance assessment at different levels can be at local level, and we can look at precisely what can happen at an airport level, at the sector, or the full ECAC area. And for the assessment, we'll mainly focus on the capacity impact of introducing a new ways of working, and efficiencies and sustainability as well. The tool is used as well for another kind of activity than just assessing new concepts. When those concepts are validated, we also want to know where do we need and when do we need to deploy those new concepts to identify the critical area, critical mass, to have an impact on the network and to provide the right level of benefit for all the stakeholders. This is what we can do with Ernest. We can project ourselves into the future, precisely determine what will be the area where we'll cover with our new operations, and evaluate what will be the impact in terms of benefit to identify the optimal targeted area for the future. Ernest is used by the master plan team as well to assess some different deployment scenarios for CESAR solutions. And the tool is used mainly by EUROCONTROL and the research partner that we have in the CESAR program to assess, test all those new idea concepts that will come in the near futures, and to introduce new metrics. We have tons of metrics. You will see that. Then, what do we do? In the validation activities, when we validate elements, we always perform the same type of task and duty. First, we have designed the tool to support all the scenarios, definitions, creations, data explorations at all the level. We can be very precise or at the full ECAC environment. Once you have modeled and established, defined our data, model our elements, we need to make the simulations. Here we try to be clever and to simplify the settings, but we are dealing with this very complex environment, very complex simulation. This is still quite complex, but we have defined some wizards and walkthrough and predefined settings to support all the users into performing their simulations to guide them more easily. Main capability here in the simulations is all these clustering elements and the capacity to integrate, simulate multiple concepts, new behavioral elements within the network in different areas. And this is part of, you can select where and when you want to deploy a concept, and you can activate multiple solutions at the same time, at the full ECAC level. And once we have done all our simulations, we need to do all the results analysis, and Ernest, from the start already, embed what we have called the dashboard analysis, and you will see that. This is a powerful integrated analysis system, a kind of Excel-like, that allows us to compare all the scenarios, the metrics, and the runs that we have performed for the analysis. Now, more in details about what is this network tool that you are hearing about. Now, this is a network simulation tool. We model the full network area with all the stakeholders, all the airlines, all the behavior there, and we address both main phases in terms of operations, the pre-tactical phase, D-1, and the tactical area. And in those two phases of the simulations, we are able to model the behavior of all the stakeholders in those time frames. Network manager, the ANSP, the flow manager with the flow management part, the airports, and the airlines. And we manage all the events, and they will react differently either in D-1 or during the day of operation. And we can also differentiate the behavior within the stakeholders to have them react differently depending on, for example, the airlines, the business engines, the commercial airlines, and the low-cost airline will react differently to the same stimulus. Here, this is the heart of the simulation tool. Ernest is a network simulator, and we have integrated within the tool a full cause of delays model, and a complete ATM delay model that embed the CASA algorithms to simulate the flow management delays, donc the ATFCM's delays, to solve, this is the delays that appear when we have to solve the demand and capacity imbalance, to smooth the demand. The non-ATFCM delay models, this is the typical noise that appears along all the operations, and we track the delays all along the day for each aircraft to calculate and propagate the reactionary delays to have the impact of the knock-on effects along the scenario. You can see an illustration of a typical knock-on effects and evolution of all the delays for a typical day during the summer. What you have there, Ernest embed a lot of simulation. I've told you this tool is used for since many years to evaluate and validate a lot of concepts within the CESAR framework. Some of them are represented. You have here the short-term ATF simulator. That is typically when we try to apply level capping or rerouting instead of regulating and creating delays inside the network, dynamic airspace configurations to more efficiently manage the airspace capacity that is there. We recently improved the airport path by integrating wake and recat simulations. We have a model that is able to implement and to evaluate what will be the impact of applying the wake and recat categories into the runway capacity impact. We are also dealing with military elements, with the dynamic mobile areas, where we have developed algorithms to automatically identify what will be the optimal locations of the military area that will benefit and correspond to the military criteria in terms of missions, distance to the military base, but also minimize the impact on the civil traffic. On the airline side, we have also the user-driven prioritization process, where we have, for this airline, developed a daily cost model, and here a big thanks to Zoltan that helped a lot in this model creation in the past. And we have also developed the passenger model transfer, because we have also a multimodality impact implemented into the tool to evaluate what will be the impact of deploying high-sprint train along the aviation. It was quite an interesting study. We address also a lot of things like continuous climb, continuous descent elements. The tool is a modeling tool, and we manage trajectories. How do we do that? For that, we have a full trajectory builder that relies on BADA version 3, and we have implemented the total energy model for BADA implementation inside the tool. It was quite a task to achieve when we have done that. Just an illustration that I've told you. We have a full analysis model, a kind of mini Excel. You see the illustration where we have access to a lot of KPIs and metrics and all the data that are available within the tool. And we can compare, calculate a lot of things that is there. We can export the result to Excel. And here, this is the main part. We have integrated, as Laura mentioned just before in the presentations, the AUM model inside Ernest with the DLL, and we are able to compute the carbon and non-carbon emission for all the flight phases that is there. And we do this within airspace boundaries at the full ECAC area, and per flight level, we are able to compute everything quite efficiently and quickly. And these systems, all those calculations are also available in the analysis dashboard, where we can do from local to large-scale studies and compare a lot of scenarios. Here you see an illustration of comparing different scenarios and see some metrics applied either at ECAC level or at the airspace level. The technology, Ernest, is a tool that the code is C++. We are using the Kitty framework, and the map technology is based on Cesium JS. Just some technical part. As I was told, it was a technical studies presentations. Thank you for your attention. Now I will let the floor to Zoltan.
Thank you, Hamid. Zoltan,
yes.
Another aviation sustainability expert. Yes.
Well, good afternoon to everybody. As Marilyn said, Zoltán Bazsó from the Sustainability Unit also. And it's my honor to actually talk about the GEES and the Ciconia projects that have been mentioned already as CESAR undertakings. Probably just the first word before I start is that this is going to be a use case presentation without results. So unlike the previous ones, it's more conceptual, let's put it this way, but let's get into it. So first one is the GEES project. Just a concept in a nutshell of what the GEES is actually about. So the keyword there is the wake energy retrieval. And what is that? It is effectively the fuel burn saving achieved through the pairing of aircraft together and flying information. So I think you've seen the pictures of geese when they're migrating, okay, when they're in a V shape, and that's kind of what Airbus has been trying to replicate in the Fellow Fly program or the Fellow Fly project. The QR code on the right will take you to the website of Airbus, who are also the leaders of the project, okay, in this. So the idea here is that the follower effectively sits approximately 1.5 nautical miles behind the leader, in the wake of the leader, and that way the fuel burn reduction is achieved. This reduction is supposed to be in the region of 5%, and there are live trials basically being conducted to actually validate these numbers and to validate these reduction figures. Of course, the actual saving depends on many factors. The two key factors are the altitude and the aircraft type, of course, that you use of the leader and of the follower. The key thing here is that harness doesn't actually contain anything to do the pairing itself. It's important to know that the pairings are actually provided by Airbus through the pairing assistance tool. So this is a tool that Airbus used to actually try and work out which leader should be paired up with which follower effectively in the region, in any geographical region effectively. It's typically based on the airport of departure of the two flights and the airport of arrival of the two flights, or at least the region. Okay, so it's not a given thing, but it's roughly that kind of approach. However, what is the key question really from that where harness can actually help, and what is the real question from the project is that, you know, if we want to scale up the use of the Fellow Fly or the pairings, we need to be able to say what is the net benefit of such pairing and actually executing this kind of, you know, leader-follower formation flight. And of course, here is the key question. Okay, we've got a fuel burn benefit that stems from the formation fly-in versus the fuel burn penalty to actually achieve the pairing. And this is especially for the follower because, as you will see in the next slide, that's kind of what is supposed to be happening. The leader is supposed to keep the trajectory as original, and then the follower goes on. So the animation works, that's good. So here you will see the blue lines effectively are two trajectories going to Far East, somewhere in, I don't know where, Vietnam perhaps. But one is going from Germany, the other one is from Helsinki, from Finland. And the green trajectories are effectively showing now the difference between the original and the new trajectory. So the one coming from Germany is obviously deviating to a different place to actually meet up with the leader. So here it's actually all at the same time in the same picture. So you see the most southernmost route effectively is the original flight plan of the follower, and then the bit that creates the triangle, cuts across, that is the bit where the follower is supposed to join the leader. So what we've done, and again, coming back to Arnest, as Hamid has said, it's a new concept. So Arnest is a great platform to actually test this new concept. So we have developed a whole new set of functionalities for the testing of the wake energy recovery pairs as a new type of object in Arnest, okay? We've utilized all the built-in mechanisms that provide the fuel burn and the emission estimations for what we call the static trajectories. And this is the beauty of Arnest, that we can actually utilize certain functionalities in the static mode only to explore. So you see that the blue, everything is in blue hue in the screen, which basically means, as Hamid has explained, this is the scenario exploration mode. So we can do that on static trajectories and set up everything, and then we can send effectively all of this into a dynamic simulation that then gives us effectively the operational assessment, capacity, and so on and so forth, delays versus the fuel burn results effectively. So we can actually get out all the operational comparison against the environmental performance comparison. That's it for the Arnest, for the GEES project in Arnest. And now Ciconia is the other one that is quite substantial in terms of the new functionalities that we can find now in Arnest. I'm not going to bother with the explanation of why. I think this is more or less clear to everybody now who is in the room. So I'm going to pass over this particular slide, but I'm going to talk about the concept under evaluation. So effectively the Ciconia project, again, something that's under CESAR, and I don't have the whole consortium here, the logos and everything else, but there's plenty of stakeholders that are involved in the project. Effectively, the concept can be summarized in 3 different sub-concepts or solutions, effectively. The first one is a short haul, which is airline-led, and there is effectively, it's all about the airlines actually filing already an optimized flight plan. That is supposed to be avoiding contrails, okay? The second point is a long-haul scenario, or a long-haul concept where it's led by the airline, so the airline gets an update, or the aircraft in the air, which is airborne, gets an update about from the Met Services about the presence or the potential presence of contrails or a zone that is prone to actually form contrails in the air along the trajectory of the given flight, and then it's the airline that would basically initiate an alteration of the profile. And then the last one is very similar to the second concept, which is effectively all about rerouting the flights, but on the basis of the input from an ANSP. Okay, that's it in a nutshell. And now, what does it actually mean again in Arnest? So, with the developers, we've had a bit of a journey, I would say, on that, because this one is a slightly bigger nut to crack, if I can say it like that, than the GEES pairings. So here we really developed a whole new suite of functions that may resemble in places the parts that Hamid talked about in terms of avoidance of military zones, for instance. So the logic is pretty much the same. However, we have actually pushed it far beyond those limits of the DMA rerouting. So what do we have now? We have now effectively zones that are defined as ice supersaturation regions. So that's kind of a technical name in the tool itself, but it can be any zone effectively that we and we can call it anything from the concept point of perspective. But we can define the zones now effectively and attach to them 3 key timestamps, which is effectively the activation of the zone, which is supposed to correspond to the knowledge that that particular zone is going to exist in that particular region, geographical region, with a certain amount of confidence or level of certainty, okay? And the second other 2 timestamps are the traffic exclusion start and the traffic exclusion end time of the rerouting, okay? The 2 other elements that had been added is the ground-enabled rerouting, meaning that, again, we can select whether we want to be only controlling the rerouting for the flights that are still on the ground, in other words, pre-departure, or whether we want to actually be rerouting the flights that are in the air already, so airborne, or actually both. It's also possible to select both for any given scenario. We can also set the vertical and lateral maneuvers with user-specified limits. So again, we can tell Arnest whether we want to do the rerouting in vertical sense or lateral sense, and up to what kind of deviations the new solution should be found, okay? That is the setup, effectively, but also what we can do in that window that is probably not too visible, but it's there. It's also possible to exclude and include traffic to be rerouted. So we can actually set the rules for any given zone in such a way that we can actually include the majority of the traffic or actually exclude majority of the traffic in any given moment. And again, a bit of an animation just to show you what this looks like. So we've got two kind of random zones at the moment. This was this is not, you know, representing reality in that sense of real ISSR zones, but it gives you an idea of the red lines basically being the rerouted traffic or the rerouted trajectories of the flights that pass through these zones. So again, once we do it statically, we can pass it into a dynamic simulation and actually get the comprehensive assessment in terms of operational versus environmental results. And in a summary, that's about it. Harnest, so as Hamid said, is a very flexible platform for testing new concepts, and it really allows us to do in-depth evaluation of new concepts. It takes time to develop certain functionalities if your concept is really complex. So, bear with us when we are not really, moving perhaps as fast as would have been imagined. However, once we have those functionalities in there, really the fast-time simulation environment allows us to do this at low cost and, rapidly. And the last bit is really the particular strength of Harnest, and as a use case, as you've seen it for GEES and Syconia, it's the fact that we can actually measure the trade-offs between the environmental impact and the operational effects in ATM. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoltan. But don't run away, because we have a few questions for both of you. So first for Hamid, there are many courses for NEST. Are there also courses available for Harnest?
Yes, yes, we have training sessions and courses for Harnest.
Okay, this was straight to the point.
No, yes, we have it and we deliver them. We have Harnest, we have basic training, advanced training as well.
Okay.
We can do, generally we deliver them either in Brussels, here in HQ, or in Brittany, in the future Saclay. And we have also planned once a year a training session in Luxembourg as well.
Okay, and when do you plan your next training?
We are currently in the process to define the next trainings.
Okay.
Donc, we don't have the date yet.
Alors, can organizations other than INSPs use Harnest?
Yes and no. This is
this is less straightforward. Yes.
Yeah. No, yes, other organizations can use Harnest. Harnest is a research tool for the licensing. We also need to be linked to the DDR2 licensings. And mainly, we use Harnest in the context of a research project. Donc we have to define research project, and there, all the partners involved in this project can have an access to the tool.
Zoltan, a question for you about GEES. Tactical ATM joint split management is a well-known procedure for OAT for air-to-air refueling. It's a NATO standard procedure. Are you planning to use that?
Well, the answer to that is perhaps. Well, certainly not as it has not been implemented as a NATO standard procedure. What we have implemented was really following the very in-depth discussion with Airbus to follow the fellow fly mechanism is effectively for the splits and joins of the trajectory. So it might be similar to the NATO standard procedure, but I don't guarantee that, and it certainly hasn't been the template for it.
Good. Will all these add-ons to Harnest be integrated in the version available to all users?
Some of them, yes, if they're deemed to be really interesting and validated. And for some concepts, no, because we don't see the interest. And we use Harnest to develop and validate new features. And as the majority of innovations or elements, a part of it will go to operations, and the others will be kept into the innovation part to be still matured for further.
Good. Is airborne rerouting done as negotiation between pilot ATCO or via flight planning refiling?
For the moment, this is done by flight planning refiling, and we simulate the airborne part with the discussion between the ATCO and the pilot to be accepted automatically. But maybe this is something that we can add into the future to have this interaction between the pilot and the ATM part in the simulation.
We come back to AEM discussion. How is the fuel burn calculated in Harnest, BADA, AEM?
Well, as you have seen just before, we have different ways to use AEM. In Harnest, we have chosen to integrate the DLL of AEM, and we have all the BADA calculations are done in Harnest. We compute the fuel through the total energy model, and then we fed the AEM DLL, and we get back all the emissions and calculations from the module.
More tricky, that one. How is the environmental impact of contrails calculated in a trade-off assessment? I told you, huh?
Yes.
Could be.
That's a tricky one, yes. So for the time being, when we say environmental assessment, it's literally the outputs from AEM that we can utilize. So that would be CO2 emissions and the non-CO2 emissions with the particulates, the NOxes, the SOxes, and so on and so forth. So that's what we mean by the environmental assessment for the time being. Okay.
Okay. Will it be possible to add a climate impact function in Ernest to automatically determine where ISSR zone will occur?
Technically, this is feasible. We are modeling and we can do everything. For now, this is not in the plan, but maybe in the future we'll have projects that will address those parts. Why not?
Another question for you, Zoltan. Yes. Concerning the Seconia simulation, are the proposed horizontal reroutings compliant with NM RAD?
Yes. So actually the RAD, I didn't go into the very detail of what the user can actually set up there, but the use of RAD or non-use of the RAD rules is an optional function in the rerouting. So it is entirely up to the user to switch that on or off. And then the new trajectories will be either generated by following the RAD rules or not, simply, in a simpler form.
I think you can stay there. Is priority given to vertical versus horizontal regarding ISSR control avoidance, or both seen necessary for practical control management?
Okay, again, going into the details of how the rules and the combination of the zones and the rules is set up, the rules do have a priority. So if you see as the user again that you would like to create a scenario whereby the vertical maneuvers should be preferred over horizontal reroutings, then again it's a way to do it. So you would effectively create a rule for the vertical maneuvers, give it higher priority, and then create for the same zone, same set of rules, and so on and so forth, except it's going to be only horizontal with a lower priority, and thereby it can be achieved that the vertical priorities would be, the vertical maneuvers would take priority.
Good.
Okay.
How do you calculate a cost of delay?
For the cost of delay, we are using the values from the EUROCONTROL standards. Then we have the values for the different type of delays, for the ATFCM delays and for the reactionary delays, and we use those figures to compute the cost assessment.
Another question for you, Hamid. Can you model ISSR moving over time in Ernest, or this area need to be static? Don't fight each other, please.
No, we actually, we both wanted it,
okay.
I think. So, yes, the vertical, the ISSR zones and the moving kind of nature is not supported at the moment in Ernest. What is supported though is the fact that we can actually model the zones statically in different places, to be precise, and then give them different times of activations and the rerouting start and rerouting end. So effectively it's a series of static zones that we can actually put into the scenario and model the moving nature of the ISSR zones that way.
And just a last question, because we are running out of time. Can Ernest rerouting be integrated on long-haul flights when they leave Eurocontrol member state airspace?
For this part, no. We have all the data related on the ECAC area, on the Eurocontrol area. All the rerouting activities are done within the Eurocontrol area.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now it's again a time for a break, actually. So as usual, you will find coffee and also all the exhibition out there in the lobby. Please be back at 3:15 for the last part of the conference, a big one. A lot of presentation on non-CO2 is coming, and also on trajectory modeling. So I hope to see you back on time. Thank you.
On peut vérifier que c'est bon. C'est bon. C'est fait. Merci beaucoup. On travaille en multitâche et on est parallèle. Allez.
C'est un peu tôt là, les gars.
Il y a beaucoup de questions.
Perfect. I mean, it was challenging, but
I'm not able to see. Yeah, I know.
Anyway, you're the last. The day almost, I think it won't make a big difference if you are doing the play, because after that there is a cocktail. Okay?
Now you tell me.
You are not going to impact anyone. It's not like if you messed up at the very beginning of the day, you impact everyone. I think it will be okay. I've seen your presentation.
No, I mean, the format is really, you present and you go, if you want more discussion, something, let it be.
Yeah, anyway, I think, generally, I don't think there are more questions than this. 5, 10 questions maximum.
Yeah, I know.
Tomorrow there will be more questions.
Your program is more forum.
Yeah, more forum.
The quality of the but basically it's just the forum.
I think it will be something light. This is not a dinner. It will be a little bit like lunch. Less.
I stay a little bit annoyed.
Anyway, it would stop at 7. Where are you?
Sorry.
What are you doing also?
Sorry about the slides.
Ah,
I will
no,
get them
no,
to you today.
no problem. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank
You?
you for the invitation.
You just arrived.
No, I was here this morning.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. I don't think. Okay.
but this afternoon.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Even tomorrow, but early. Okay. Okay.
I'm going to meet my son tonight, so he is...
Busy tout le temps, c'est la politique. Oui, mais ça j'avais déjà fait il y a 2 ans sur la conférence. Donc là je coacherai avec Michel. Mais là je suis toute seule. Mais c'est plus technique et tout. Okay, so let's start again for the last 2 hours, unless you want to sleep here tonight. We have still plenty of presentations. So before we have spoken about emissions, CO2, noise, air quality, etc. Now we are going to speak about contrails. This is also a hot topic. So for this first presentation, I will call here Philippe Véry and Ramon, both from the Aviation Sustainability Unit, data scientists, to present ControlNet, an initiative from EUROCONTROL. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marilyn. Okay. So thank you very much, Marilyn. And indeed, this talk is about contrail research, and actually we would like to first provide a very high-level overview of the current state of contrail modeling, with a particular focus on research efforts that aims to observe directly contrail on remote sensors. And in the second stage, Ramon will actually present more in details research we have conducted this year and which are developing a contrail observatory from the ground. So first, if we discuss contrail impact of aviation or non-CO2 climate effect of aviation, we have to acknowledge the fact that it's a complex topic. And part of this complexity comes from the fact that we want to compare the contrail's impact with other emissions which are quite different. Contrails are short-lived. And so to perform such a comparison, we actually need frameworks which are quite sophisticated. The way physical models tackle this difficult comparison is by trying for each emitted molecule to estimate its contribution to the actual radiative imbalance it causes. And then these models integrate over time these imbalances to end up with a climate matrix. In these slides, I'm actually showing an excerpt of what is perhaps the most reference paper on these topics, which is Li et al. 2021, and it was actually one of the first attempts to use such a comparison framework. And the key takeaways of this research paper is that first, we cannot ignore non-CO2 effects and contrails in particular, even if there are still uncertainties around the estimates that are provided here. What I would like to state as well is the figures you will find in this table are actually quite dependent of the comparison framework which is chosen here. So in this paper, the authors decided to have a look at all the past emissions from aviation since 1940 and try to have a look at their impact now. This is one way to have a look at it, but more modern comparison frameworks work a bit differently. And what we can try to achieve is something a bit the opposite, actually, is to look at each emission today and have a look at the future impact of one given emissions. That's, for instance, what is done in a paper like the Teotal paper from 2024. And this forward-looking framework really relies on new tools that were not necessarily available 3 to 4 years ago. And for contrast, I would like to obviously speak about the COSIP framework, which was historically developed by the DLR, but which is now maintained by Contrails.org and Imperial College in the form of an open source Python library. So these forward-looking frameworks is actually the framework which has been chosen by the new EU non-CO2 regulation, namely the MRV, and we'll have talks tomorrow both on the MRV and on the PyControl framework. So clearly these models, which are quite sophisticated, are the baseline in terms of contrail modeling. However, it's quite possible to have a completely different approach where we aim to directly observe contrail on measurement instruments. So in this presentation, I will mostly talk about passive remote sensors, essentially cameras that you can place either on the ground or embarked on satellites, and you can try to locate on these passive remote sensors contrail occurrences. So there is many reasons why this approach makes sense. The first one is we have more and more very sophisticated hardware that allow us to observe contrail typically on satellites. In Europe, we have the new MTG satellite, which was launched three years ago. But it makes even more sense since now we can rely on 20 years of progresses in terms of computer vision using artificial intelligence. And indeed, artificial intelligence is now definitely the good tool to try to track, detect, and attribute controls that we've seen on these remote sensors and to attribute them to actually to flights. What I would like to underline there, however, is that these artificial intelligence algorithms are data hungry. They rely on a lot of data on which they learn. And what is really necessary for control localization, control detection, is to first build large data set where humans have actually performed the task of localizing the control of the image. So here it's an example. So typically on the satellites, you need something like probably 5,000 to 10,000 images where human perform the task of delineating the controls, drawing polygons along the controls. When you reach this state, when you have a label data set of this size, then you can more comfortably imagine building an artificial intelligence algorithms to emulate the localization task. So this is a task that we are trying to contribute to at EUROCONTROL. Ramon will present just after me a label dataset on ground cameras. Google, for instance, has done a lot of work on these topics, particularly working on the GO-16 satellites, and they are working as well on the MTG satellite. And this is one of the reasons why we launched 2 years ago now an initiative aiming at sharing the result of this work. So what we would like to do is a place, a portal, where people who accept to share this label dataset, given the fact that they are very, very time-consuming and expensive to build. So this is the definition of ControlNet, basically a place where you will be able to find more label datasets. Would they be label datasets on satellites, from images from satellites, label dataset from ground cameras, and we have pushed already our own datasets, and I'm very glad to say that we pushed last week a dataset from one of our partners, which is IPSL in Paris, and we pushed in ControlNet actually their work on all sky cameras, so we'll be able to find their dataset, which is quite complementary to what we have done. So now the hope is to have more of these datasets going into this portal, and I'm glad to see that actually there is many efforts of this kind currently, both in the US and Europe, with, for instance, the Meteor network, which is a network of camera, which looks quite promising. There is more work to be done on both geostationary polar satellites, and we hope, again, with typically our colleagues from MUAC that will present afterwards their work as well on their camera system. We really hope to see more and more of these data resources that will be helpful for the research community. So now I will leave the floor to Ramon, which will present more in details our last dataset that we pushed in the ControlNet portal.
So thank you very much, Philippe. I'm going to present the first European and open dataset for contrail research, which is the Ground Visible Camera Contrail Sequence, or in short, GVCCS. And I'm very happy to present this dataset because it was made by us at EUROCONTROL. So it's a dataset composed of 24,000 images grouped into videos, 122 videos, with a duration between 1 and 2 hours. And these videos were recorded by all-sky camera from Rennes-Watt, the one that you see in this image, which is located at the roof of our building at the EUROCONTROL Innovation Hub, the south of Paris. During the leveling campaign, the humans were asked to draw polygons around the contrails in these images, or multi-polygons if they were fragmented. And as I said before, the videos last for 1 and 2 hours, and the level contrails are assigned consistent identifiers across consecutive frames. This means that if we observe a contrail in the first frame and we assign the ID 1, and then we see again the same contrail in the 5th frame, it's going to have as well the ID 1. And this is very important in order to develop and evaluate tracking algorithms, as you will see later. In addition to the images or videos and the annotations from the human labelers, we also provide the ADS-B flight tracks passing above the camera while we were recording, so the trajectories. and when available, the ID of the flight responsible for each contrail. But we can also, we can only provide the ID of the flight responsible for contrails that form above our camera. So there are other contrails that form outside the field of view of our camera and that they advect due to wind. So then we can see them in the camera, but we cannot determine the flight responsible for them. The dataset is available, so you can download the dataset in this link. We invite you to download the dataset and use it for your research and share the results with the ContrailNet community, also the models and the algorithms. So this is just one example of image from this dataset where the human labelers detected and produced 3 annotations. You can see the orange contrail, the blue contrail, and a gray contrail. And then in the last figure, you can see the ADS-B flight tracks plus the attributions. So in this case, the humans were able to identify the flights responsible for 2 of the contrails because the third contrail, the gray contrail, formed outside the field of view of the ground camera. But as I said before, this dataset is not about static images, it's about videos. So we can track the evolution of the contrails along with the annotations, of course, and the traffic during the entire video. This example was very simple with only 3 contrails, but actually some of the videos in this dataset are very rich with a lot of contrails. So this is just an example of a video with a lot of contrails. Contrails are these red polygons, and in orange you can also observe the flight tracks from the ADS-B. So you can see that this was a very time-consuming and tedious task for the team of human labelers. And what can we do with this dataset? Well, an obvious use case is to check how well the physical models like COSIP, which was mentioned by my colleague Philip, perform when predicting contrail formation and persistence, because we can compare what this model says compared to what we observe in our ground cameras, right? But in order to do this comparison, we need to detect the contrails on the images. What we did is to train a computer vision model, but instead of starting from scratch, we use an existing model, which is called Mas2Former, which was developed by Meta, so Facebook. This model was originally trained on YouTube videos, but we fine-tuned it with our GBCCS dataset to learn the shapes of the contrails in this particular landscape, the sky with clouds. And we selected this model because it works with fragmented instances, like our multi-polygon contrails, because sometimes a contrail is composed of several fragments, especially when there is a cloud occlusion. And because it also works with videos. This means that this model is performing both detection and tracking at the same time. So this is just a video that shows this model in action, predicting contrails on one of the videos of the test set. So each contrail is shown with a different color, because the model, as I said before, is performing detection and tracking. And the number on top of each contrail is the detection probability. So the probability that this object is actually a contrail. So now we have detected the contrails, but this is not the end of the history. Now we need to determine the flight responsible for each contrail that we detect on these images. And this task is extremely challenging using satellite observations, because by the time that you see the contrail in the satellite image, it's too late. The contrail has deformed, has advected due to wind, and it may be far from the flight. Our hypothesis was that using ground-based cameras, we could capture the contrails right after the formation, when they are thin and with a high spatial and temporal resolution. So like in this example, where you can see the flight and the contrail that forms behind it. And well, this is what we actually proved. We have developed a contrail-to-flight attribution algorithm. I don't want to bother you with maths because this is going to be presented by Philip in the next CESAR Innovation Days, in I think 2 weeks more or less in Ljubljana. So Philip is going to present the algorithm. It's relatively simple, but very effective. And this is not the end. Now we are working on a new deep learning model based on SAM2, segment anything, which is going to perform both the detection, the tracking, and also the flight attribution in one single model. Because as you have seen now, we have a model to detect and one algorithm to attribute to flights, but we want to do everything at the same time with just one deep learning model. But we don't have results yet, so stay tuned, because we are going to share also the model and the results with all the ContrailNet community, because this is exactly the goal of this open research initiative.
Thank you,
So
Roman. Thank you, Philippe. So we will have questions, but after the second presentation, because it's somehow related. It's also about AI-detected contrails. So I would like to invite Tanguy Chauvet and Maxime Payassa from SII, it's correct? Okay, to present their work. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to talk about the contrail tracker, visualizing AI-detected contrails with flight attributions and COSIP computations. First of all, so here is Maxime Payassa, PhD in computer vision, and I'm engineer in operations. We are coming from SII, which is a technology consulting company. And there is an agency in Toulouse, mainly for aeronautics and aerospace, working with different projects and different customers. And we have also SII Research, which is a self-founded pool for internal projects, in which we can also discuss and develop some new skills and new solutions for any customers. Here, it's been 2 years we've been working on the contrail topic. And this is actually thanks to inspired work from Rémi Chevalier that was here 2 years ago. And also from another event that some people here are organizing, which is the Contrail Analysis Workshop from contrails.org. Here you're going to see some use cases, 3 different use cases where we can use the contrail observation and contrail prediction. The first was also from the Contrail workshop at London, where we discussed with an airline, Swiss International Airline, and with Renewat providing the camera that you just saw before with the presentation from Philippe and from Ramon. And we discussed because we knew that their flight was crossing Toulouse and cruising above Toulouse, and that we had a camera installed there from Renewat. So we said, maybe we can do a proof of concept. They accepted. And what we wanted was to check if their flight would have predicted contrail and would have detected contrail. We started, it was a small proof of concept, and here is just a first step where we used COSIP, we used ERA5 for reanalysis, and I'm sorry for now we used the Paul Schumann performance model, but soon we're going to use the BADA model. And for the observation, so this is an all-sky camera, which is not exactly maybe the same settings that what you have at Brittany. For now, it's still rounded pictures. And what we did is we decided to have so few images, but we had to start from 125 candidates to end up with 4 flights with all good conditions to observe them and predict contrail on it. And the result was to have on the 4 cases, 2 times we had observation and prediction saying there is a contrail. We had 1 time where observation and prediction was saying there is no contrail. And 1 time where observation from the ground was not enough to conclude. And what we want to do now with Swiss, they bought some more images so that we could extend this analysis on hundreds of their flights. And what we're going to show you is now a tool to visualize it a bit better than what I show here. And it's Maxime that's going to show that.
Okay, so hello everyone. So here we are in our contrail tracker homepage. So this is the tool we designed for visualizing and comparing predictions with observations. So here we can see we are above all Europe. And on the top left, we can select a case or a study. So here I will select the 8th of April because this corresponds to one of the Swiss cases that Tanguy just explained. So we can see we targeted one Swiss flight here that passed around Toulouse, where if I click here, we have the Renewat camera that could observe this flight going through the area. And so here we can check the corresponding images. Oh, I went up. And now we can guess that this Swiss flight is making this contrail here in the image, because we can see the formation directly. And the idea is to have some AI or any automatic tools to be able to detect and attribute the contrails to corresponding flights. And so here we attributed this contrail, as we could guess, to the Swiss flight. And finally, we can check that if this flight has a contrail prediction or not. And here, so we have the trajectory in the dashed line, and the full line is the prediction. And we can confirm that here there would be a true positive of prediction. Now I will let you, Tanguy.
The next step was when we discussed with Robin, then he said maybe that would be interesting to do this also for the GVCCS dataset. So thank you for your proposal. And so this will be based on what Ramon and Philippe just presented before, with the same type of images, sequences, detection and attribution from their teams. And we just added the prediction, but with this Boltzmann performance level. So this is really important to know, I think. And Maxime is going to show you also that.
So let's get back to contrail tracker. So here, and select this. We can select another case. And one case from the EUROCONTROL dataset is this 25th of April. So we move around Bretigny, where the camera of EUROCONTROL is located. As you've seen, the all-sky camera distortion is removed by their pre-processing. And we can check all the flights that have gone through the area during the observation slot. And as the idea is still to use AI to, again, detect and attribute contrails. And so, for example, here we can see the contrail here detected and attributed to flight 34. So the idea is that we can, again, select this flight and check its predicted contrail, and here we can see again that we would have a true positive prediction. And we can do that for all the sequence. For example, here we see flight 50 coming, and we can check that it also has a prediction. And then we can compare predictions to observation and see different cases. For example, here, this flight 23, if we check the image, it has a very small here contrail, and we can see the prediction is a bit continuous and a bit more persistent. So it's also a good way to make comparison between prediction and observations, not only on the presence and absence of contrail, but also on the shape and persistence. And here, for example, we can check this flight also has a predicted contrail. And it's gray, meaning that there has been no detection attributed to this flight. But at this stage, it's very difficult to conclude anything about those cases, because there can be many things influencing the prediction, and we don't know if this mismatch between prediction and observation is on the prediction side or on the observation side.
And the last use case is when we want to check also a contrail mitigation, what happens there. So of course it's really tricky. So here it's a use case from Thales, where Thales within Decor project is doing some contrail mitigation for Amelia Airlines. And this is a Paris-Alger flight where they mitigated the flight, and from their prediction we knew that there was no contrail predicted, but we wanted to check and found with Réuniwatt Perpignan Airport, a camera that we could install there. And from that, we added it to the contrail tracker. So this is the last case.
Back here again. Now we can go to this case, which is around Perpignan here, where again there is a Réuniwatt camera. And here we can see the target flight going through the field of view. And if we check the images, we really see that there is not any observed contrail. This is an infrared camera from Réuniwatt. So this would be a success, a mitigation success for this case. Yeah.
And we said that we had different users possible to have such a tool. We think that for research it could be useful to try also to improve the detection and the prediction. For airlines, just to check on their commercial flight or also to see on mitigation. But also maybe it could be useful for authorities whenever that would be more accurate. That's why on our side, what we see is that it needs to be improved in different level. First of all, to extend it to the whole GVCCS dataset, maybe put it online, and then also add some other datasets, but above all, to add also the satellites images, and then to work on collocation for same sites, so that ground camera could help also the attribution to this control tracker. I think this is finished, but I just wanted to add also that it's not because I'm a passionate engineer in aviation and that we are a consulting company that we want to let aviation this way. So let's change it together.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanguy and Maxime. Maybe Philippe, Ramon, you can go there because I have plenty of questions for all of you. How to start? Yes, would it make sense to deploy a large network of ground-based cameras dedicated to contrail surveillance?
Yes, actually, it would make sense. So it's as said by Raman and as demonstrated here, it's actually possible to do attribution with cameras. It's quite more challenging. So we could imagine a system where we attribute on camera and then we track with the satellites. But to answer the question, first of all, there are already existing camera networks. So I mentioned the Meteor network, which is developed by the Western University in the US, and they have a lot of cameras both in the US and in the UK. We can imagine having other setups. So definitely, yes, it makes sense. We have to imagine how it would take form, however. So that's a question for.
So that's a call to the audience. If you are ready, to set up a camera and to be part of the network, don't hesitate to contact us.
But can I add also that it's not about having a big network on the whole continent. It's just to have strategic points where we can cross high traffic density and high big hits annual analysis.
Yeah, no, good point. Another question, is there a way to combine both satellite images and ground cameras to have a better view and probably evaluate the flight contrails with bad weather? Who wants to answer?
Can I try to answer this one as well? So yes, it's possible. It's probably really a good idea. It also happens that sometimes you don't see contrails on the satellites while you see them from below. And the opposite can happen as well, because typically if you have low clouds below the contrails, it's probably difficult to see them with the camera. So definitely having a system where you have both could indeed increase the sense to have a real global monitoring of the contrails. So yeah, indeed, it's a good idea.
So what percentage of the time is contrail observation using ground camera useful, meaning there should be no clouds?
It's difficult to bring a figure on this. Is quite difficult, but yes, indeed. When you have low cloud below contrails, it means that it's probably it will be impossible to see them with the cameras. That's why, again, it makes sense to have this dual system there.
Yeah, but do you see any difference between the winter, during the summer, or is the season something that can be also impactful?
Yeah, it's very likely that during the winter we have more low cloud coverages, meaning that we have less lower statistic and contrail detection with the camera, indeed.
Another almost, it's related again to the cameras itself. What is the sensitivity of the ground cameras in terms of optical thickness? Is there a bias for thin contrails not being detected?
Yeah.
Well, of course, the thickness of the contrail will affect the detection. No? So the thicker the contrail is, the more likely is that we will see it in the camera. But I don't have specific numbers of this. No.
And
what can be said is in the forthcoming research, where you are actually comparing COSIP a bit like what was shown just before, we missed a significant amount of contrails which are very little and non-persisting. So clearly, there is probably something like 20 to 30% of very small contrails that are missed by the camera system.
Yeah.
But they are not persisting, so it's probably not the most important one. So it's also something to take into account.
I see an interesting thought on how to improve observation of long-lived contrails hours after they form. How do you manage this?
Yeah, well, this is possible by doing collocation. So basically you detect the contrail on the ground camera, then you detect the contrail on the satellite observation, and you make a match. So you say this contrail that I observe in the camera is the same contrail that I observe in the satellite, and then you can track the contrail beyond the field of view of the ground camera.
Would these ground-based cameras be able to predict and detect contrails even in cloudy conditions?
So again, that's what we said before.
Yeah.
If you have really a sick, optically thick low clouds, so we can forget about seeing them with the contrail. So again, having a dual system makes sense there, because we have plenty of situations where we can see from the satellites and we cannot see from the ground camera.
Another good question here, warming effect is linked to persisting contrail. Can machine learning detect and models forecast these? So to be able to detect the one that will be persistent, if I want to simplify.
Yeah. Well, actually there are physical models for that, no, like COSIP. And of course, one could build also machine learning models, because now we have observations. So this is the beauty of this data set, that we have empirical data. And we could train other models, maybe based on physics, maybe hybrid, in order to also learn this from the data. So the short answer is yes.
Actually, I should add on this one that there are current efforts, research efforts where... Sorry. There are current research efforts where people try to actually estimate the radiative effect from the observation. So this is done. There is a current research work by Google on this, where they are actually trying by purely machine learning to have these estimates. There are also research work which are performed by the University of Madrid, where they combine the observation with a transfer radiative model. So this allows them to actually detect the contrail and then came up with an estimate of the radiative forcing. So this is possible.
Alors, this question is a little bit different. I'm not sure you are the one to answer to that one, but I'm going to ask it. When might we know realistically how many areas, trajectories need to be kept clear for contrail avoidance and the subsequent impact on sector traffic loading?
Oh.
I told you, huh?
Yeah. On one project is César Concerto with Thales, and in this project there are some cases with the Borealis area, and someone in this room can answer this question. Is David Antonello here?
Is David in the room? I want to speak.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear.
Yeah, indeed. That's a good comment, and that's exactly what we are dealing with within the César Industrial Research Concerto project. Actually, Borealis, I will not spend, and we have a session over there, so we can have time to talk about it. But indeed, it's linked to we want and we assess during the project what's the impact on capacity, trade-off with contrail avoidance, but also ATC capacity, because avoiding could lead to an effect to all of the traffic in this area will jump into the same sector. What's the impact on ATC capacity? So we have analysis and so on, so I will not leverage here. So if you want more information, we can share at the break. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you for helping us. Then next question. Can't you train satellite imagery using ground camera observation on a large scale? Well, you can answer, Tanguy.
I'm not sure I understood. Could you...
Yeah, but he understood. So can't you train satellite imagery, but it disappeared all the time, using ground camera observation on a large scale?
Actually, at this stage, we need to have two models, one working on satellite and one working on camera. So I don't think really that we can have a system who would benefit from that will work on the two systems at the same time. So I'm not sure answering the question there, but for me the response is no. We need to have dual systems with two detectors on both remote sensors and then try to look at them, to collocate them actually. It will make more sense from my point of view.
So the golden and last question. When will contrails get to a point where we can easily assign an emission to a flight the same way we can today do for CO2 from jet fuel? I told you, it's the golden question. I see in your faces it's already an answer, you know, in a way.
When we all continue to work together.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, on this typically, again, the physical models can already do this thing, so we don't necessarily need observation to do this kind of exercises, which work with COSIP. Basically, the question is, should we want to compare and to go as far as we can with observation so that we can also perform this kind of analysis?
Yeah. Thank you. But if I may, just to conclude on that, because I think this is also the key messages from you, it's to say collaboration is the key. We still need a lot of data. We still need to train our AI. So it's why ControlNet is there. It's to collect data, but also to make them available to the whole scientific community. And so really the idea is to boost the research because we are not there yet. And this is the purpose of ControlNet and also the work that you are doing, guys. It's really to help and to boost the research on that topic. But clearly more has to be done. And yes, if you want to collaborate and to work with all of us, you are more than welcome to join the initiative. So thank you all. Thank you. And now we are going to switch to a more operational presentation from Rüdiger and Anja from MUAC to present the work that they are doing on avoidance of contrail. So please, the floor is yours. Don't forget the Slido as usual. It will be a common presentation. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you for having our speech here. We will share the presentation. I will start with the technical side. My name is Dr. Rüdiger Ermantraut. I'm a project manager at Maastricht UAC and responsible for the Contrail project. Anja?
Good afternoon. My name is Anja Diesing. I'm a controller at MUAC in the Hanover sectors. The endorsement is actually not so relevant in this case because contrail procedures or contrail mitigation procedures are the same for the whole airspace.
What I tried to show here is just weather. These are 7 weeks of weather as seen in one of our cameras. And I will also talk about the contrail detections which are there, but later in this presentation. Actually, what I want to tell with this slide here is when we do a trial, an operational trial, that means we are day in day, day for day in operations. And we do something in that weather and with the current flights and with current air traffic controllers. And this is what we want to show in this presentation. There's a whole ecosystem of tools and procedures that we are using to try to prevent contrails from forming. Let me start with a small introduction of who we are as EUROCONTROL. I guess you all know that EUROCONTROL is composed of several units. So here at headquarters is the headquarters service or TECMA and the network manager. We do have the central route charges office, which is important for us and our customer airlines, the innovation hub in Bretigny, the learning center in Luxembourg, and Maastricht Upper Area Control in or close to Maastricht, where we operate a cross-border center, 4 states, military and civil services mixed. So my talk will be, or our talk, excuse me, will be about contrail forecast, a lot of forecast, automatic advisory generation, supervisor decision, flight data operator treatment, air traffic controller treatment, dashboard and metrics, and the forecast verification. Let's start with the forecast. The forecast, and that is not to be confounded with what we just heard about predictions. Here we talk about weather forecast. It is about forecasting contrail conditions. And here we are in a partnership with Google since quite a long time. So it is a technology partnership, and Google was so kind as to work on a detection model for contrails based on satellite images, and they do also provide a machine learning forecast algorithm. And this is based, this is what I try to illustrate here with some boxes, can be broken down in more detail, but I think at this level is fine for me. And what they are doing is they train a model for based on contrail detections, and on top of that they make a machine learning by correlation with weather services. And in the online part of the system, they are using for our side the ECMWF data set, and then the inference model, the machine learning model, is treating that weather forecast and makes a machine learning output on top of it. And then as a next layer, there is a climate model on top of it, which then also gives the related climate indicators. We do receive that as a data set, and we treat it in our server. This is how it looks like. It looks like clouds moving. These are contrail probability areas. So you see that they have different thicknesses. This is very important for us because our contrail mitigation is on the vertical pane only. So we only climb and descend flights. We do not delay, and we do not make reroutings. So this thickness of a contrail probability area is important. Our algorithms will treat that as an input data. So how do we do it? On the right side, you see I hope you can see it. There are 3 users of the system. There is for flight planning, Then the second on the right side is the ATCO. And then we also have the live monitor and statistics part. So 3 users of the system. We use planning data. So this is a 5 to 6 hours planning look ahead from the network manager, which we intersect with these contrail forecast models. And then we do some criticality filtering. I'm not going into detail for that. And we show the result to the supervisors who will then see, is there going to be contrail in my sectors, yes or no, and can I do something about that? And then in the middle layer is the tactical part. So here we get tactical flight plans and correlated radar, and we make a recomputation again of trajectories which are updated. And then we intersect that with the weather, with the contrail forecast, and we automatically generate advisories. And these advisories are then rippling through as advisories for the ATCO, and Anja will talk about that in a second. And then in a third layer, we do the contrail cameras. We apply these also the same machine learning instruments and computer vision, and our biggest focus is the vertical extension, because we want to get a detection of contrails on the vertical pane and make that right. So here we hope in the future, in the soon future, to have a feedback mechanism which can also lead to a correction of our predictions. And with this, I believe that I go to the next stage. Here I will hand over to to Anja. Anja, but before I do that, I give an explanation on what you see. This is not an operational tool, this is an analysis chart. It's a chart. It's nothing that we show to an air traffic controller. So it is purely for analysis in hindsight. And you will see it from the quality of the chart itself. You see the vertical dimension on the y-axis and the time dimension on the x-axis. Then you see the boxes, which is a vertical illustration of contrail areas. And I ask you not to look into green boxes and orange boxes. It's a technical detail. Then you see two lines. One is the straight line, the green trajectory, which is the current plan, and the purple trajectory, which is the advisory, which is automatically generated by the system. And now we step through a number of cases. Anja.
So you see flight trajectory here now. The advisory is created approximately 5 minutes before the flight enters the sector. In this case, the flight is at cruising level for this particular sector, and then the controller will get an advisory visible on the radar screen. This one is fairly easy because it's a very thin layer of ISSR, and the advisory is to descend by 2,000 feet, and at the end of the ISSR, the climb back to the requested flight level is happening. You can see here is not very long, it's approximately 10 minutes of not optimum cruising level, which we considered to be acceptable. Quite a similar one, entering again at cruising level. There, the ISSR layer is slightly thicker. The advisory here again is to descend and climb after the ISSR back to the requested flight level. Again, this is even shorter, so the ISSR is staggered, and the descent would only be for 5 minutes in this case. This one is a little bit more complex, so you have got an aircraft departing. Requested flight level is unfortunately later on in the sector not so optimal, so we could request descent again. Why it advises to climb and descend again for other restrictions. This is to be optimized a bit further on. We're not quite there yet. So obviously, once the controller has got the advisory not to use, in that case, what is it, flight level 310, then you would only climb to 290 initially, and when ISSR is clear, go higher, or in this case, it was 290 maybe for other restrictions or traffic or requested. We don't know in this case. Here again, you could think that maybe only climbing to flight level 350 initially is an option. But then again, you would consider the time. Is it worth letting them cruise for a few minutes at their requested flight level and descend only for a short time and climb them back up again? Here, obviously, you would have the possibility of climb again if the aircraft performance allows. You could also go above by 2,000 feet. It depends on various factors which solution is eventually taken. And this is just another one. You can see how complex it can sometimes be and what possible considerations have to be taken. Is it going to be descending anyway, and we're just starting with an early descent now? Is it worth climbing back up? What other considerations ever might be required? And then the adequate level is chosen. So quite a few advisories here. So this is what our ops room looks like, and we're starting, the sequence is starting with the supervisor. The supervisor gets the information whether contrails are likely in the airspace, and will consider then whether mitigation is possible. It depends on various factors like weather, or is it a system night. If everything is okay, he will enable the advisories. And this is here, various sectors are clicked for different hours. It might be that it's too busy for, especially Brussels sectors are always very busy, even late at night. So you see that they're only starting at 2300 in the Brussels sectors, whereas in Deco and Hanover, they are starting a little bit earlier. The next step is the flight data operator. So they have this window which shows them that there is advisories for certain flights. Then they will have to make the input on the remark field, field 18, which then triggers an indication on the radar screen for the controller. You probably can't read it because it's very small in writing here now, but the advisory there says to avoid flight over 380 to flight over 400, and the advice is to descend to flight over 370. And then in the end, this is what the controller sees. So we have the call sign, we have the flight level 390 is the present flight level. The little exclamation mark on top of the label is the advisory. And once you click on this little exclamation mark, the window will open, and again it says contrail in Niki sector, avoid flight over 380 to 400, and the advisory is 370. Again here, if the aircraft is able for flight over 410, you can, as a controller, choose to climb instead. Consideration there is obviously traffic, so the safety is always first. And the next would be, does it make sense to climb if the next sector has exit condition which is way lower than 410?
Thanks, Anja. Anja, may I ask you to talk a little bit about the 2,000 feet in addition? Because this is what our own restriction is, to use 2,000 feet. Please, Anja, go ahead.
The 2,000 feet, I'll just explain that because I don't know how many of you know. So we have flight level allocations. So into a certain directions, you're on odd flight levels. Into the other direction, you're using even flight levels. And to keep this, we decided to descend 2,000 feet. Now, we're only doing contrail mitigation at nighttime. And if it does make sense and you have an advisory that would make sense to only descend or climb by 1,000 feet because you know that the ISSR is good, you may only descend by 1,000 feet. It is all possible once there is enough information displayed. At the present moment, there is a limited amount of information. We don't want to stress the controllers by too much information. We know they're quite ambitious. They are also a little bit on the experimental side. So if we're giving them too many options, they might just try out things which are not in the positive. And we still don't know where the breaking point between contrails and CO2 is. So at the moment, we want to give them clear instructions, and that is 2,000 feet.
Thanks, Anja. I would also like to talk about 2,000 feet, because Anja has taken the positive case where we can also just avoid 1,000 feet. But what we do see with the contrail forecast is that these areas are bigger, are thicker. So, and we do not, it is an own constraint that we set upon ourselves only to do 2,000 feet, not more. But there are many cases where we could prevent contrails from building if we did more than 2,000 feet. But we do not do that. Yeah? So that is an own set constraint which limits the numbers of advisories that we get. So if there is a contrail area which is too thick, then we do not find a solution and no advisory is generated. That is very important because it limits the numbers of advisories which are created, especially as the more modern forecasts tend to get thicker, whereas our first forecasts were thinner. Not today's presentation, I'm sorry. So no results. You get no results today. I could talk about it, but I don't. Instead, I would like to talk about something absolutely fantastic. Yeah? It's a tool which I love. This is from Google. It is called the Contrail Explorer. And this is a web tool which shows detected contrails in almost real time, 1 hour later. And you can navigate through the entire, well, half of the world at least. Left side, you see the United States with the GOES satellite, and right side, Europe, European side, with the MTG satellite. And this is a preparation of satellite pictures and instruments, which shows ISSR in a way. And the white stripes on it are detected contrails, almost in real time. So this is what comes out of their machine learning mechanism. And I will launch a little video, and you can see it. I have selected an extreme situation. So this is always shown to you. We always tend to show you pictures with lots of contrails. But of course, be aware that very often we in these projects only show the nice situation. So here's one more of these. You can see quite a considerable amount of contrails. What this tool is detecting is more the persistent contrails, but which are still quite in a stripe form. As soon as the contrail is widening, it gets weaker in its detection. Here you can zoom it in. This is already our airspace. You see Amsterdam, Brussels, Düsseldorf. This is where and Hamburg. This is about our airspace. And a day full of contrails. If our trial had been successful that day, then no contrails would have been created on that particular day in that area. You can see there were contrails created. More in detail here, you see how the detections overlap the images. I switch it off and on, so I can switch the function off and on and see whether it is somehow fitting. You see the contrast. This is typically the London-Frankfurt flow that you can see, which is the big stripes there. So contrails are generated here. They are not only drifting in our airspace, they are really also generated here. And it's just wonderful. I have this tool, I can play with it. I do that for hours. It's wonderful. I love it. The best tool ever. I let it finish. And then the second means is our ground-based cameras. We do a little bit the same like the contrail net, but I would say in private. So you see here the contrail detections. We do a little bit different in that we want to detect the different contrails in their evolution. So there are short contrails, thin contrails, wide contrails, and contrail cirrus. And we detect them in a way which is kind of satisfactory so that we can try to work with it. It's not perfect. You maybe even see it on these things. If you take a close look, you see still many mismatches. We do the detection, we also do the tracking, and we do the flight attribution. And especially the flight attribution can then be used in follow-up analysis. And I hope that we will be doing that soon, quite soon. Okay, and that in a way concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Rüdiger. Thank you, Anja. So we have already plenty of questions for you, but we still have to have one presentation, and then we will manage the question because it's also somehow related. So I would like to invite Grégoire Danet from Climat Consulting to speak about how to do a roadmap for enabling contrail avoidance. And then we will discuss more about contrails. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Marilyn. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to present the work we are trying to do to build a scientific and technological roadmap to enable contrail avoidance on a larger scale. So a bit of context, who am I, who are we? We are a young startup, so Clima Consulting is a young startup from the Aviation research project hosted at Sorbonne University. The aim of the startup is to use the expertise that we've built in the project and use the tools that we've developed to provide services to reduce the industry climate impact. And we have a strong focus on the non-CO2 effect, and especially contrail. In that regard, we've been mandated by Transport and Environment, the NGO, to write a report to define the way forward on the scientifically and technologically to bring contrail avoidance at a larger scale. Because as of today, there have been a lot of different live test trials, but only focusing on single airlines. And the idea would be to expand that to have a large-scale trial. So the idea of the presentation today and the startup is to go from science to action. A bit of introduction, well, I guess most of you know that already. The well-known climate impact of contrail, we know that aviation accounts for around 2 to 3% of CO2 emission, but if we consider also the impact of non-CO2 emission, it is more around 4 to 5%, and that is measured by the relative forcing. Among the non-CO2 effects, contrail are the largest single contributors to aviation climate impact, but it is also important to differentiate the lifetime between CO2 and contrails. I won't talk about metrics today, but metrics is used to differentiate the impact between CO2 and contrail. CO2 will last hundreds or thousands of years in the atmosphere, whereas contrail will only last a few hours. So it is important to keep that in mind as well. And why do we talk so much about contrail? I guess 4 or 5 years ago, nobody really talked about contrail, because contrail represents relatively quick and easy mitigation tools to implement. So it is definitely a way to go forward to reduce efficiently and fast, in a fast way, the impacts of aviation. Because we've seen a lot of observation late in the past 10 minutes on the different observation. We know that a few % of the flights will form contrail. What we've also acknowledged in the cameras, ground-based cameras, is that around 5 to 10% of the flight will form a contrail, and less than that will form warming contrails. So that is the way forward, saying that it impacts only a minority of flights. And that is also a slide to provide context on the potential of contrail mitigation. That is the work we've been doing on the research project. So on the figure on the right, you can see the temperature impact of aviation. And we've done an hypothesis where we start doing contrail avoidance on a large scale. So we say that we will reduce 50% by 50% the relative forcing of contrail by 2030. And that will decrease the additional warming by 0.3 degrees by 2050. So it's actually a huge reduction considering the additional amount of CO2 that we will emit. So that is the potential of contrail mitigation that we are aiming, and that's why we are focusing on bringing contrail avoidance at a larger scale. A bit of explanation of contrail. The idea here is not to present all the modeling side of contrail, but we can separate it in 3 phases. We know that contrail will form. We know how to compute that with the Schmidt-Appelman criteria, which is based on a thermodynamical approach. And if we combine that criteria with an ISSR, that will create a persistent contrail. And among persistent contrails, some of them will reflect solar radiation. Some of them will also prevent terrestrial radiation. Some of them will also do both. And that's what we also, that's what is also interesting to compute, because it will give us a radiative forcing of control. So when we say control avoidance, what we actually want to avoid is warming persistent control. And on that point, we've been modeling this kind of, all these different steps. Most of us know the CORSIP model that a lot of people and industry are using at the moment. It is based on several hypotheses. We need to know the initial control properties to be able to compute accurately the radiative effect of control. And later, it is also important to consider the climate adjustment, saying that we need to answer the question of how well control warms the climate. All of these different steps will give us the climate impact of control. But within all of these steps, there are several questions that need to be answered and that are still responsible for the uncertainties that we are speaking about. I've listed a few questions here. It's obviously not an exhaustive list. There are a bit more, but I didn't want to put too many questions on the slides. The influence of the ICNC on control evolution is one of them. We need to know precisely what kind of crystal contrails are made of and what will be the impact of SAF. We are talking a lot about sustainable aviation fuel. What will be the impact on the control properties? Because control properties will later be used to control the control impact. For that, we also need to know the lifetime of control, because as I was saying earlier, it can vary between a few hours to 10, 15 hours. So that's also an important point. And in that report, we want to keep in mind that we want to put control avoidance on a larger scale. So what are the biggest questions that need to be answered if we want to bring that into scale? If we follow from science to more the operational and technological side, once we are able to model the different control, we also need to avoid these high supersaturation region, ISSR, to be able to reduce the warming. Actually, ISSR are forecast in numerical weather forecast model, but how accurate this model are? That is a question that we need to ask ourselves. We know that 2 or 3 years ago, some model didn't have high supersaturated region, so we still have a lot of way to go to improve the prediction on that side. And obviously, when we reroute flights, we need to make sure that the flight we will be rerouting will not disrupt too much the traffic, and that is also an open question to all of you here. And as of today, we know that there have been a lot of trials, basically airline trials so far, but what will happen if we were to do an ATM-led trial? And lastly, of course, verification. We need to make sure that we do not damage the climate more than we want to, well, let's say, save it. So what characteristics, for example, do we need? What kind of observation system do we need? Do we need ground-based cameras everywhere? But what about over oceans? What about over cloudy sky? That is also questions that still need to be answered to have a control avoidance strategy that is working. So that was the second step of the report. And the last step would be to provide some recommendation on the different research topics that need to be prioritized. I guess I'm a bit sorry because this slide is still full of questions. We're not there yet to formulate recommendation, but that will be coming for sure. So definitely on the modeling studies, what are the main questions that need to be answered? Where are the biggest uncertainties? Regarding the observational studies, what kind of observation can we actually use to improve the different model? Do we need more LiDAR? Do we need more humidity sensors? Or do you need more data from YAGOS? All these kind of questions that we need to improve the different either model, but also the forecasting model. We need to have better weather forecast model. And finally, as I was saying in the previous slide, we need to design an observing system to make sure that if we reroute a flight, the flight will not form a contrail, or that if we, yeah, exactly. I think I can go on that. I think you got to the point. How do we plan to do that? What is our methodology? We are scientists, so we are already well aware of the literature of what's happening on these different research topics. So focusing more on the modeling, on the operational trials that took place, and by having also feedbacks on the different actors that have been in this different project. So the plan is to interview scientists who are as well for, against, and for contrail avoidance, but also scientists who, let's say, have a mixed feeling about it. The idea is to definitely collect insight from everyone. And one big topic is also SAF. How can SAF be used in contrail management? So I also take the opportunity here today to have an open call to everyone who wants to participate and to give us feedbacks. It's already, it's definitely welcome. And what about the timeline? Because I was saying that I'm asking more questions today. I don't provide all the answers, and I'm sorry about that. But the project started a month ago, so that's why we are still in the process. We have a first stakeholder consultation in a month, or in 2 or 3 weeks, and the first deliverable at the end of December. And between January and March, we will also take the opportunity to work with an airline to provide them climate-optimized trajectories, so we will be able to have our own feedbacks on what went wrong, what went in a good way, and that all these results will be able to be seen in the report. So the report is due is in end of March, so in a few months. So I will finish on this slide that we, as former scientists, aim to reduce the climate impact of flights. The way we want to do it is by bridging the gap between science and industry, because we know that science is mature enough to make sure that we can definitely reduce the climate impact of aviation, but we need to be careful on how we do it, and that's what we are aiming for here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Grégoire. You can stay there. Maybe Rudiger and Anya, you can come back because we have plenty of questions for you. So the Slido was well used. So this is the most successful question, by the way. How this process, so avoidance of contrail, impacts the controller workload? So, Anya, this is for you, yes.
At the moment, we're only doing night trials, and during the night, it is not such a big impact. But as you can imagine, during the day and the airspace is busy, it might impact more, and it also obviously has an impact on the capacity. So during the night trials, it is easy, and as I understand, the most harming contrails are at nighttime. I'm still positive.
Thank you, Anya. Then a second question. How do you calculate the fuel burn CO2 penalty of any contrail avoidance? So, Rudiger, more for you.
Very simple, we don't.
Ah.
We could, and we will, but at the moment we don't. Our objective is purely to avoid the contrails. We have a rule of thumb is per distance that you deviate a flight by 2,000 feet, it uses 1% additional fuel for the distance. Yeah? So it is really not, it is something, provided the flight is on optimal profile before deviating, which is very often not the case. Yeah? So we don't, at the moment it's, I wouldn't say it's not interesting. It will be interesting if we compute the offset climate-wise. Then it becomes interesting, and we are just starting to do that.
And yes, please, please.
If I can just add a few things here. When we work with airlines, usually airlines will not emit way more CO2 just to avoid an ISSR. So that it's definitely they have a threshold that they do not want to overcome, and it's more or less around 1%, as you stated.
Okay. This is a little bit similar question, so it's why I'm asking it right now. When advising a flight to descend to a lower flight level, how do you take into account the aircraft's fuel reserves? So, meaning that sometimes does it happen that an airline will refuse simply because they say that they can't afford to do it?
We are asking the pilots whether they are interested and willing to change the level by 2,000 feet, and it's entirely up to them to say yes or no. And for the moment, my personal experience is about 90% of the pilots say yes and do change the level.
And why are lateral maneuvers not considered?
Because they can be rather big. The areas can be really big, and I think it is fairly obvious then that there is more CO2 than we're saving on the contrails. But this is, for me, a bit of a sensitive subject because I don't know enough about the real calculation from contrails to CO2. Maybe other people know in the meantime better, but on the controller side, I wouldn't want them to guess either. Let them give them the clear instruction and they just execute it.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Anya. Do you have an indication on false positive, meaning aircraft has to deviate because contrails predict it, but in fact it would not have created contrails? So, are you checking the results of your avoidance of contrails?
That is the dream. That's what we want. This is where we want to go to. This is what we need. And I think all observations will be needed for that. Satellite, cameras, LiDARs, and so forth. Because if we do something on contrails, we want to be sure that it is also helping. If we do something and it comes out that we did it at the wrong place, at the wrong time, then we did it all wrong. So this is really, it is so important to have these means of verification, satellite, cameras, LiDARs, whatever comes to your mind.
Thank you, Rüdiger. You want to complement? No? No. Okay. So how is the, no, it's not that one. What insight do controllers have on aircraft performance to decide whether an avoidance maneuver is worse or not?
The most obvious question would be, can you climb to a pilot? And then we know whether they are able for higher. We have the indication of which levels to avoid, and then it's up to the controller to decide whether he climbs or descends. As I tried to say before, there is other considerations. Is there other traffic? Then obviously you would not climb to that level, or you would have to use headings. That then depends on the complexity, on the capacity in the sector at the time. If it's a descent within the next 5 minutes anyway, because you're coming to your destination, then the decision is relatively easy. It's just an early descent. There's different possibilities on what to decide, and we will have to improve the advisory, I guess, one day, but that's too early yet as well.
Okay. Alors, we already touched upon a little bit that question, but you will see the second part is a little bit different. What are the vertical deviations foreseen? We know it. Do you also descend aircraft into DFS, LVNL, skies airspace?
Guess me again? No, we're only doing it within MUAC airspace. Firstly, because we don't clear into other people's airspace, and secondly, because ISSR are actually mainly in upper airspace as well, is the nature of ISSR.
Are the pilots required to follow your request to deviate to avoid a contrail? How often don't they comply? I think you already said it, it's 90% of the time that they agree of doing it.
It might be because there's stronger wind, or because they are just unable, or whatever reasons they might have. They are not obliged to follow the instruction, and the phraseology used is climb for contrail avoidance. No, for contrail mitigation, we're trying to avoid avoidance.
Yeah, if you want to speak in the microphone. Okay. Do you consider the yo-yo effect for the airline impact for the cross-border ANSP network effect of this mitigation?
I know you can stay.
It is, yes, we do consider this. So we would climb to requested flight level or descend to requested flight level. We would also make a phone call. If the flight level should change, it's just like a normal revision if it is a revision in normal operations. And it's very similar to turbulence, for example. If the pilot requests a different flight level, you just pick up the phone and make a revision and see if the new flight level is possible.
A little bit more tricky maybe. Did you reroute flight plan only for big hits? Or all aircraft flying on the eco area, we should focus first on the big hits. So first of all, how are we able to identify the big hits? That's already the first challenge, but yes, Gregor, you want to speak?
Yeah, well, the big hit can be known now with the different model that we have at our disposal. We can know if the ISSR will have a huge warming impact. Or if it will have a cooling impact. So definitely, I think it's definitely better to avoid warming ISSRs. That's what I was trying to say. When we talk about contrail avoidance, we need to avoid warming persistent control.
Good. Rüdiger, yes, if you want
yes,
to.
Yes, there's a new publication from Petzold and his team, and it is quite interesting because it gives some indication which contrails are warming. So is it the long ones, the thin ones, the cirrus ones, and so forth. So he makes a distinction of the different contrail types in which, whether they are and whether they are warming or cooling, and that's quite new insight, which is in a recent publication from Professor Petzold.
I will finish on this last question. In your example, it's the ATCO who suggests to the pilot to go below, but the pilot can do it on its own with dedicated application on board. Why is it better when it comes from an ANSP? So, at your opinion, it should be the ANSP giving the clearance to avoid contrail, or could an airline initiate it himself? What is your preferred option?
Mine?
Yeah, please.
Anja, you first.
My preferred option would be it came from a pilot because they have their computer, they have their flight programs, they know what to expect. So I would actually appreciate if the pilot came with the request for changing level for contrails. I understand though that they might be quite busy and they cannot, I've seen here, can they actually detect the contrails themselves? Well, they are flying quite fast, so they can actually see a contrail possibly looking out the window, but they cannot see 5 minutes later is the contrail still there. So it probably ends up to be a bit of a combined effort from ground and air information.
Thank you, Anja. Thank you, Rüdiger. Thank you, Grégoire, for the question and the presentation. And now we switch to the last part of the conference. We will start with a presentation of Angela Nuik from EUROCONTROL, Product Domain Manager of BADA, for a presentation on BADA. As usual, we will have 2 presentations in a row, so use the Slido, but it's clear I don't need to say it anymore. So, Angela, the floor is yours.
Here.
Yes.
Okay, time is running already. Hello, everybody. I'm Angela Noic, and I'm the responsible for BADA, EUROCONTROL, aircraft performance model, and the database. So it's been often mentioned today in all of the presentations that aviation relies heavily on modeling, and each model, I guess, to some extent depends on the availability of aircraft performance data inside. So this is why at EUROCONTROL we have designed years ago BADA, which is an aircraft performance model really designed for the ATM applications to enable modeling and simulation of aircraft performances over the wide variety of aircraft operational conditions. So BADA has been, I would say, a trusted reference model for several decades already, which is used and support and power modeling in the research, in the operational planning, aviation sustainability, as we can also see already here today. Also in innovation for, across the aviation sector. So I'm really happy to be here today with you to share some insights about the BADA and also maybe explain like how did we get here. So what made the BADA so successful? So what are the reasons why we are here? One of the reasons is probably the very committed team. Small team that BADA has, and also EUROCONTROL support in this activity. But there are, other also aspects that I want to share with you, such as the modeling decisions that have been made for BADA, the way how we maintain and develop the model, but also I will also share with you today what is the current status, what do we actually propose in terms of the aircraft performance models, and also what do we do to keep the pace with the new technologies and the new needs of the ATM and modeling domain. One of the first decision and maybe strategic choice that was made, maybe it was not so strategic at the time when the BADA was developed like 30 years ago. We were making decision at Bretigny where we run a big real-time simulations. So at that time the choice was made to build BADA based on the physical-based model. Nowadays BADA models are referred as a digital twin. So the choice was made to use this physics-based model, kinetic model, which is using the total energy model as the motion. Another strategic choice was also what to use as a reference data to develop the BADA models. So at that time as well, I think very logical decision was to use the data that was available. At that time, I mean talking 30 years ago, there were not such a lot of amount of the operational data that is available today. So I think the flight manuals were like the obvious choice. And hopefully maybe that was a choice. That is the choice that we are still kind of keeping up to date, because we moved from the flight manuals with aircraft performance data to much more better quality data in terms of the quality and also coverage that comes out of the aircraft performance softwares. So we get high quantities and very good quality of the reference data. So this is the principles that we still keep today with BADA. We develop BADA aircraft models based on the aircraft performance data that comes from the aircraft manufacturers directly. So this is the golden standard data. I think it's the ultimate dream of any modeler to have such a good data to develop the models, especially when we talk about modeling fuel. Okay, so this is where the relevance of the using this data comes to play. That was not easy to achieve, and I think thanks to EUROCONTROL and our position, we were able to commit to this, and we were able to, and we've been in partnership with aircraft manufacturers for over like almost 30 years. Building really this partnership where we have obtained the data from manufacturers, translated into the BADA, and then provide to the wide community. Aircraft manufacturers work with us, but nevertheless we are there really at like being the principal safeguard of the data, and then also through the agreements that we have with the manufacturers, we are able to provide BADA to the external parties. So I think what's important also to stress here, to show you here today, so moving from this reference data that comes from manufacturers, where we know what are really aircraft performances, we enter this data into the modeling process. So a modeling process, it's the physics-guided machine learning today in BADA, and our modeling objective is to come as close as possible to the reference data. So there we have accuracy information for each and every point of the data point that comes into our modeling algorithms. So this is another advantage or benefit, added benefit of BADA, that for each data point we know what is the what is the accuracy. Based on the also growing over the time, developing, we've been also catching up and following the needs. So BADA family tree, it's 30 years old, developed a long time ago, but it's still today's standard, and we've been improving it with the new data. Today we provide 100% coverage, and you can see here the number of models that BADA tree is providing, 264 models, and then 1,600 synonyms. BADA 4 has been newly developed to, to provide better accuracy, better models, and already today, also thanks to the new data and new computing capabilities, and today we also have pretty good coverage with 126 models and almost 85% of the European traffic. And then we also have a helicopter model. So this is in terms of how we follow up the evolutions. And then with each new release, we come periodically, we add new models to BADA, we revise the models, but we also add new capabilities. So new capabilities are mainly added to the BADA family 4, which is still evolving, while BADA 3 stays stable. So we don't change any algorithms. We just keep it as it is for today. BADA 4, it's still evolving. We are still improving it. So the latest release 4.3, it actually shows 40% reduction in error in the fuel flow modeling. So this is the magnitude of we can achieve. We also constantly add some new aircraft models, so to account for all different kind of operations, different kind of type of aircraft, as you can see here. So not only big commercial aviation, but also general aviation, and we also have some drones. We also, as a team, very curious and interested about what's happening outside, what are the new technologies, and so we also participate to some innovation projects, whether in domain of the drones or also in, as you can see here, in some of the projects which are related to the sustainable aviation. So this is how we keep up to date with the with the new emerging technologies, and also making contacts with the new industry actors, manufacturers, and trying to figure out how we can best cope to the providing these models in the future in a similar way to what we do today. So BADA impact or request for BADA is growing. I would say today we have really like a growing interest in environmental domain. So we have so many existing new cases which been in the past maybe environmental inventories and environmental assessments, but now I think we are getting into really very demanding environment, and the new use cases are coming to play. We are continuously working with the aircraft manufacturers because we are recognizing really the value of having access to the very sensitive aircraft manufacturers' reference data, and very valuable. So we precious this relationship. So we are bringing the use cases to the aircraft manufacturers and slowly getting into the understanding of how we can actually provide BADA and continue providing it in terms of quality, reliable data, but also covering, expanding the use cases. So as a last kind of a message from here is that, yes, BADA has been developed over the last 30 years, and I think this is the results, and this is one of the keys of the success. It is reliable. It is relying on the very solid reference data. It is regulated, yes. Access is defined, regulated by the license agreement, so it's not open source. We cannot provide it openly, but it's still accessible. So there is a framework that we have put in place to provide access to BADA to the wide community, and then we are today more than ever keeping and maintaining dialogue with aircraft manufacturers who are keen to understand more the new happenings in the environment, in whole the aviation, and support to the best extent. So we are doing this continuously, hoping that we can make BADA accessible also in the future. And then, as behalf of EUROCONTROL, I think we also committed to continue to provide and keep this position, providing aircraft performance models to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela. Perfectly on time. We already have some questions for you, but you will have to come back after the last presentation of the day with Ramon and Gabriel to speak about AI and environment related to trajectory modeling. So, yes. Ramon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, and thank you for staying for this last presentation of this long day. Now we want to show you how artificial intelligence could help to reduce the environmental impact of aviation in ways that were not possible before. So let's start with this challenge. So aviation affects the environment in different ways. Perhaps the most popular is CO2, because CO2 stays in the atmosphere for decades or even longer. But aviation also produces non-CO2 effects, which are very important too. One of these non-CO2 effects, and you will never guess, are the contrails. We already talked about contrails today, and it's because they are very interesting. Contrails have a short-term climate impact, so in very few hours, they trap the heat from the Earth and they warm the atmosphere. But aviation also produces other non-CO2 emissions like nitrogen oxides, aerosols, or wet water vapor. And all these emissions interact with the atmosphere through chemical and physical processes which are very complex to model. So it's not only about how much we emit and what we emit, but also where and when, in which atmospheric conditions. Okay? But the fact that all these processes are very complex cannot be an excuse. So we must do something about that. So first, we need to monitor. So the more we observe, the more we measure, the more we know what is happening now. So we can observe contrails with ground cameras, with satellites. We can also estimate the fuel consumption from aircraft trajectories, or we can measure the state of the atmosphere with sensors. Because once we know what is happening now, we can try to forecast what will happen next. For instance, will a contrail form if an aircraft crosses a given area with some atmospheric conditions? If we are able to predict or to forecast, then we are in a position to act, to try to mitigate. So, for instance, we could try to change the flight level of this aircraft or to reroute the aircraft to avoid the contrail. But in order to follow this nice roadmap, we need models. So we need models for the aircraft dynamics, which describe how the aircraft flies, right? So we know that it's an aircraft. We need also aircraft performance models, which describe the engine thrust, because it's not the same as Cessna Citation, that an A320, the aerodynamic drag, fuel consumption, also the emissions or noise. We need also, for the second stage, which is prediction, the aircraft intention. So we need the climb and descent speed profiles, the cruise altitudes and speeds, which are provided by VADA, for instance, and we could also try to learn them from historical data. We need weather models about the wind temperature and the relative humidity. And finally, the atmospheric models for contrail formation and persistence, for radiative forcing, and for the global warming potential. So historically, all these models were based on physics. Okay, so the physics models use equations borrowed from physics to describe the world, to describe how an aircraft flies, to describe the weather with the Navier-Stokes equations, right, or COSIP for contrail formation. And these models are very important because we can understand them, right? But they have also some limitations. So the first limitations is that they rely on strong assumptions. And due to these assumptions, sometimes they fail to model very small-scale details of the processes. And some other models have also require important computing resources, for instance, the numerical weather predictions, right? So in the recent years, there has been a shift towards data-driven models, which are exactly the opposite. Okay? The data-driven models, they learn patterns from empirical observation, just from data. Okay? And they have advantages because they don't rely on many assumptions and they can model very precise processes. But they also have limitations because sometimes they can feel like a black box and it's difficult to understand why they make some predictions given certain inputs. Okay. So now I'm going to present a few examples of AI models which are trained on data. I'm going to start with GraphCast, which belongs to the second stage, so prediction. And this model was not developed by us, so this model was developed by Google, but it's quite disruptive, and this is why we show it as an example. So Google used graph neural networks, so they trained graph neural networks with reanalysis data in order to forecast the global weather, including the temperature, the wind, and several meteorological variables. And surprisingly, they achieved better results than numerical weather predictions using the Navier-Stokes, requiring far less computing resources. The second example, and we already talked about that, belongs to the first stage, so monitoring, and it's about detecting contrails from ground cameras, as we are doing now, from satellite images, or even on videos. So in our case, we trained transformers, which is also a kind of machine learning model, the same model that ChatGPT and all these LLMs that we all use nowadays use. And in our case, we fine-tuned these transformers, the mass-to-former model that I presented before, to detect contrails. And finally, the last example that I'm going to present belongs to the third stage, so optimization. And it's about mastering continuous descent operations with reinforcement learning. So in reinforcement learning, you don't train a model with data. So you generate the data through experience. So the idea is to put your AI agent in an environment, typically a simulated environment, if you cannot make mistakes in the real world, and you let the agent observe. The agent has a policy, and based on this policy, acts. It selects an action. And upon acting, the environment evolves to a new state, and the agent receives a reward that quantifies how good or how bad the action was. And through millions of interactions between the agent and the environment, it learns to adjust the policy so that the actions yield the highest long-term return, taking into account the uncertainty. So in our case, we used reinforcement learning to train an agent to fly continuous descent operations in the most environmentally friendly way, so basically an autopilot. And now I will give the floor to Gabriel, who will present another example and will also show an approach which sits between data-driven and physical models, and it can bring the best of both worlds.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will continue with another examples. So this morning we have seen with the different presentation that one of the first building blocks of having the environmental impact of aviation is estimating the consumption of aircraft, because it serves to estimate the CO2. You can derive from this non-CO2 species, and if you have the trust of the aircraft, you can also feed some models that will be predicting the contrails formed by this aircraft. So how to do that? Well, if you are an airline, it's quite simple. You just look like your records and you get the information of the fuel. However, if you are the network manager, if you are an NSP, if you are academics, then you rely on models and you need to use available data to model and estimate these consumptions. So if you are, in the worst cases, you will be using flight plans. In 80 or 90% of the cases, you will be using IDSB data. And if you are NSP, you can also rely on radar data from your own network. So historically, as it was presented by Angela, the way we are doing it is using some aircraft performance models, which are calibrated on manufacturers' data. However, we can see that these models sometimes have limitations and can be improved. We'll see tomorrow a presentation done by Sam Peters, which compared the gate-to-gate emission models with QAR data. And we also perform this type of comparison, showing that potential improvement can be made, in particular during descent and approach phases. And by leveraging QAR data, we could be able to build some models that calibrate on those data and that are more precise at predicting the fuel flow of the aircraft, only using available information from the IDSB data. On top of that, we can also use these models in order to calibrate on other factors. In particular, we know that in the life cycle of an engine, there is some degradation due to the usage of the engines, which induces extra consumptions. part of this degradation can be recovered by washing the engines, but there is still a non-recoverable degradation of the engines that induces extra consumptions. And by leveraging artificial intelligence at such kind of data, we are able to model and correct these factors that has huge impact in estimating the consumption and therefore the CO2 and non-CO2 emissions. And it's important to model it if we want to have an accurate representation. So, as Ramat said, we have seen that there are two types of approaches. On one hand, historical, physical, and route-based approaches, which are interpretable, robust, but that might sometimes miss what we observe in the real world, in the real data. And on the other side, there is also data-driven approaches, which try to reproduce accurately actual distributions, but that might sometimes violate physical laws. So as you can see, that might be a space in between to do some kind of fusions. Yeah, it was to verify that everyone is still awake. So it's referred to as hybrid approaches in the recent literatures, which try to balance both realism and physical consistency in between physical and data-driven approaches. Question tag is still research ongoing, but the promise is quite interesting. So I will try to illustrate this with an example. So when I was working at DSNA, or even now when I'm talking with my colleagues from MUAC, when I ask them what are their ideal or dream, let's say, tool to enhance environmental sustainability, they usually answer to me, well, if I have some kind of what-if tool that I can play with, where I can input some flight plan that will generate realistic trajectories with actual speed profile, and that can modify it, saying, okay, no, now you're going to go for a direct in that directions. This would be the ideal tools. So what you see from actual models is that they are good in providing realistic trajectories in a physical component, but they are sometimes missing the actual profile operated by the airlines, because you need to feed them with those informations. So here we have tried to provide a potential solution to that problem in order to understand and learn actually the profile, the speed profile that were flown by the aircraft in order to be able to simulate appropriately trajectories. We have tested this approach in two types of data. The first one, which is basically the quick access recorder data, so the data from the airlines. The results we have obtained are really promising, and we are able to regenerate actual speed profile and actual trajectories. And we have also tested this approach on a different type of data, because we wanted also this kind of approach to be fully reproducible and open source. So we have tried to build a more simple model based only on ADS-B trajectories in order to provide to the community with something which is transparent, that they can challenge, that they can build, and they can also enhance. Yes, indeed, we believe that open science, transparency, and reproducibility is a very important features for environmental impact modeling. And we see that nowadays in the scope of different models, there are different types of models. There are some closed proprietary models that are usually difficult to access, restricted. There are some license-based models where you need to get the license and sometimes the usage is restricted. There are some initiatives with open access model where the creation is described. And let's say the dream thing is maybe something fully open community, completely transparent, which enable high reproducibility that people can challenge, build on, and enhance. So as a conclusion, we believe that the future of aviation modeling is something open, hybrid, in order to take advantages of both worlds, the physical consistency and the data we have in quite important volume nowadays with the ADS-B data, with potentially operational data from airlines. And we'll have tomorrow a presentation from the Data for Safety, which is an initiative from EASA, showcasing the usage of such type of data in the context of safety, and they are now trying to open this also for environmental impact. At the Aviation Sustainability Unit of EUROCONTROL, we are trying to promote as much as possible open data, open code, and open models, particularly with the ContrailNet initiative, but also with all the research effort we are currently doing. And basically, we encourage all the stakeholders to share and contribute to build the open models and the collaborative scientific community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramon. Thank you, Gabriel. You made my day with the reference to Dragon Ball, but okay. Angela, maybe you can come up close to us because I have plenty of questions for you as well. Yeah, the last presentation, but still I'm happy to see that you are curious. So, is BADA taking into account engine degradation in modeling? And it's a question from a pilot. It's explicitly...
not in modeling, no. Not in pure BADA model. This could be for us like part of operational model, so something that is corrected after when model is used for trajectory. But we model like a new aircraft.
But Gabriel, if I'm not mistaken, you are working on this engine degradation aspect.
Yes, exactly. This is one perspective we can imagine by leveraging such kind of operational data. And indeed, the way we are thinking it is that with a correction factor that you can integrate at the, let's say, at the end of the process after having applying either a physical model or machine learning model to correct the fuel flow with this particular coefficients.
Yeah, correction factor can be applied to BADA. We just need to know it for a specific aircraft. So
exactly. Just speak closer to the microphone when you come. So when will BADA 3.17 be released? Angela, this is for you.
Yeah, as soon as possible. We had some resources issues this year with the people, but I guess in the next month it's going to be out.
Thank you. From your perspective, what is the next goal and major step in the development of BADA? Is it incorporating another type of aircraft, like electric aircraft, for instance, the use of AI, or what could be the next major step in BADA?
Yeah, so yes, we are open to future solutions. We don't want to be stuck in the past. So yes, I welcome very much the initiatives about using the new technologies, new data, new AI, etc. I think we are at the point to basically maintaining and keeping alive the existing BADA. So continuing with BADA 3 as long as it's necessary, working to improve BADA 4 using manufacturers' data, and then at the same time exploring like better hybrid solutions or new solutions that we can, improve the model. For the new electric, definitely we can include it into the BADA release once we have some new certainty about the products and about contacts with manufacturers. And the same is about the drones. So we are currently kind of defining the strategy because we also talking to the stakeholders, to the people, and seeing what is the best approach. Is it the best approach, kinetic model for drones? Probably not. Maybe it's machine learning, AI, etc. So we are open to all solutions. Today we don't have a straight answer, but we're keeping what we have for the current needs, and we are open to the future solutions, looking at the young generations.
And how do you update BADA? What are the changes made? And yes, what kind of data do you use actually for BADA?
What kind of data? So we are use data, aircraft manufacturers' performance data. So we use like trajectories or the information on the on the vertical speed in different phases for the climb and descent. So vertical speed and the fuel flow. So this is the reference data that we come into the modeling at all different conditions of the aircraft speeds, temperatures, weights, so covering the full flight, operational flight envelope.
And can BADA be used by commercial organizations?
So yes, BADA can be used by commercial organizations. The key in providing access to BADA is intended use. So if intended use is approved, it's one of the permitted use cases, it can be used by commercial organizations because the only thing that is forbidden is to sell BADA. But if the BADA is used within a tool to support commercial study or any commercial activity, it's fine. So the selling of BADA, it's not permitted. So intended use is the key. So there are a number of permitted use cases for which BADA can be used, but the new use cases basically, if we deny access, this is that the new use case is not approved.
I have a question for the young team on AI. So machine learning models often involve terms like accuracy. How difficult is it to discuss your results with people lacking expertise? are they receptive to your solution? So how are you promoting the work that you are doing to people that know nothing about AI at the end of the day?
Well, actually, this presentation was an example, no? Because we didn't show any metric. We could show plenty of metrics. No? For instance, if you are doing quantile regression, then you present the pinball laws. But of course, we could spend one day explaining all these metrics about machine learning. So I think the important thing to transmit is the methodology, no? The solution that we are trying to solve, and also which methodology, so the methodology that we are applying in order to address the challenges. And then if some people is interested on the results, of course, we will be happy to show them. But I must say that all what we have presented today, it's documented in research papers. So if you are interested about the approaches, both the control detection, the reinforcement learning, even the aging modeling, or the node ordinary differential equations that Gabriel presented, all this is documented in research papers. So we can send you the links, or you can simply Google, and they are, all of them, available in archive, so for free.
Okay, so now do you think that in short term, so mid-term, we could get rid of the old way to work, meaning that for prediction controls, for instance, we would not need anymore the weather data, the metadata? Do you think we are close to that? Or for instance, that we could just get rid of BADA and the aircraft manufacturer and to use only AI? I'm a little bit provocative here, but the idea is not for you, you know, to fight, but it's just to know where are we in the AI world. Is it something realistic or completely not?
Well, in my opinion, you cannot get rid of weather because you need, I mean, you cannot control the weather, right? So, and you need the weather in order to predict, for instance, the ground speed, right? Or the other way around, the true airspeed if you want to estimate the fuel consumption. Then about aircraft performance models, well, we know it's an aircraft, right? So it's not a flying potato, so I think we will need always physical models, and we should use what we know and not forget it, because we cannot ignore hundreds of years of research in physics and aircraft performance, and only learn from the data those things that are difficult, extremely difficult to model, like the fuel flow, no, of an aircraft. And this is exactly what Gabriel is doing using QAR. So the short answer is not, we cannot get rid of what we have. We should build on top of that.
This is a funny question here. Should EUROCONTROL ask airline to declare the fuel use on a flight-by-flight basis and append the information to the terminated flight plan? I think we have a day like today just because we are not able to get the fuel flow for each flight. It's why we are working on proxy, on matrix. It's exactly because of that reason, because we can't get access to that. We would not need all those models if we would have access to the fuel flow. So yes, I wish it would be possible, but it's not at all, you know. Yes. What is preventing the improvement in the operation coverage beyond the current 86%? I think this is for you.
Yeah, I think the question is for BADA 4. It's just they are having access to more data. But yeah, currently already, as you see, in 85%, it's 126 aircraft types. I think and then if you see the example for BADA 3, with the 250 aircraft types, you cover 95%, and then the remaining 5, it's 1,600. So it's disproportional. So the more you go to the top, you know, the more aircraft. But basically, we can improve it if we have access to the data. Yeah. So it takes data and time to develop the models.
Thank you, Angela. I would finish with this last question regarding all the tools, methodologies presented today. What are the next steps? What are the decisive criteria for scaling up adoption? Let's be clear, it's true that we have presented a lot of tools today, but everything, all development that we are doing are driven by all of you, actually. It means by our stakeholders. It's why we have user groups for the tools. You are helping us to shape the tools of the future. If we are developing new tools, it's because there are new demands. There is new complexity, new challenges that need to be undertaken. And most of the time, when we are developing new functionalities, it's because we are receiving the request to do so. So it's how a little bit we are driving our development, and for Flying Green that you will see tomorrow, this is clearly how the whole project has been designed. It's really based on what the stakeholders were requesting us to develop, and now we are continuing to do so based on all those requests. So thank you very much, Ramon, Gabriel, and Angela for the presentation. And now, because it has been a long day, I will not speak too much, don't worry, but I would like to share with you some figures about the conference today. So today we were 230 people in the room, and we had 1,500 views online. This is really impressive, so thank you to all of you, and thank you to all the viewers online. This is really impressive for a technical conference like this. You are all brave also to stay until the end, so thank you very much for that. I would also like to thank all our speakers of the day, so thank you very much for that. Also to all of you for your interactive way, for asking all the questions, because we shape the conference based on all your interactions, so thank you very much for that. We still have an evening reception, so don't run away, you know, and the exhibitors are still there as well in the lobby. And I hope to see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, so it will be a little bit early, but it's to finish earlier as well. It will be also a very good day, a very long day, but with a lot of interesting presentation as well. So I wish you a very nice evening, and I see you there in the lobby. Thank you very much. And also a final thank you to the team behind the screen, you know, they're hidden behind the windows, you know, for doing that conference work. And Lucia and the communication team also for the whole organization and the good catering that we had all along the day. Thank you.